Now we have to fight with AI. So I'm open to ideas with that with the Chromebook. It's like there's got to be something better. We learn from pen and paper and we retain it more. The data shows that kids that write stuff, that memorize stuff, they retain it more than reading it on a screen or just typing it up. So I don't know how to fix it, but I'm willing to work with anyone that could put ideas out, and we'll try it, because I can't do summer school again. Like, I can't afford it. It's costing me $240 for one class. And then he's got another summer school coming in a couple of weeks. So we got to do something different. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Our next speaker is Courtney Jackson.
Hello again, board. I'm Courtney Jackson. I have 3 kids zoned for Pulaski County Special School District. First, last month we heard about the cell phone policy and how students, the new policy that will be in effect in this coming school year. Great. I think school board members should also abide by that same policy. I have sat through too many meetings just in 2025 where school board members are on their cell phones. There is a viral video of Wendy Potter, thousands of views. She never looks up during public comment, just like she's doing now. I think it's unacceptable. If we're going to limit electronics for our students, whether it's cell phones or otherwise, we have to do the same and hold the same high expectation to our board members. We are watching you. Second, all of you have personal and professional consequences for every decision that you're making as a school board, except for one of you up here. In a few days, Dr. Guess will have no more personal or professional consequences for any of his decisions that he makes as a lame duck superintendent. None. He's about to be gone. And I urge the board to consider, why do you want to be associated with somebody who has no personal or professional consequences for his decisions tonight? I am urging the board to hold off on any personnel decisions, whether hires or non-renewals, and let the person who you voted 7-0 make those decisions and recommendations with you. Don't be associated with somebody who already has a history of not acting in good faith with this district, who already has questionable code of ethics and moral conflicts with his wife and the contracts that he's trying to award her. Don't be associated with somebody like that. Associate yourself with your new leader who you voted 7-0 for. Lastly, and if you're not acting in good faith, if you vote tonight for decisions that really should be left up to the new superintendent and the board and not the lame duck superintendent and the board, then that means you have ulterior motives. And you're going to continue to let your personal biases, whether it's your political biases, whether it's your personal biases against any particular employee, you're going to continue to let that impede your judgment. Hey, and that's okay. Because April 2025, HB 1933, now Act 912, was passed. Governor Sanders signed it into law. And you know what that means? That we can recall school board members with only 35% of the eligible signatures in your district. For some of you who never got one vote in your district, I think that's going to be pretty easy to do. So we can act in good faith. We can put the decisions with the new leader who you voted for, or we're just going to rally and get y'all out of office with 35% of the signatures. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Jackson. Next, we have Richard? Richard. Gotcha.
Bobby Richards. I'm a professional bus driver at Northwest Pound. My wife's back there with me, Sandra. She's an aide, and got acquainted with Mr. Blake and Mr. Johnson. They were trying to buy the property out there, and so that ended not happening, and then they got a lease on it and became interested with Mr. Blake, and then I found out that he was retiring, so I thought, well, man, you know, I could do that job. I believe I'm qualified because I've been a substitute teacher for 4 years. I taught lots of in-school suspension classes, and then I was a security guard and a bus driver for Little Rock School District at the same time. Sandra Arnold and I worked together, and Gerald Tatum was my boss, and his mom was on the board the last time I came in here. So I'm sorry that I hadn't been back until now. But I came over to talk to Mr. Johnson, and I've been trying to talk to different people about when they're going to put the job back up, Mr. Blake's job back up for bid. And I talked to some of the people over at the Northwest Pound, Mady, and Danetta, and several people, and about it, and we never could get the time, you know, for the job to come back up. Called Miss White, and my wife even came in and talked to her about a month ago about it. And so that's why we're here tonight. And if I understand right, Mr. Johnson said that it's closed and they're going to be searching some people out that's already put an application in. So I didn't know if there was any way that I could apply for it. Thank you.
Okay.
Bobby Richards.
Bobby Richards. Okay, got you. All right, thank you, Mr. Richards. Our next speaker is Amber Henson.
Good evening, Board. Amber Henson, Robinson parent. I'm here tonight, a little distraught about PCSSD potentially being on the cusp of causing some profound waste and a massive inefficiency by creating turnover in employment, particularly some key roles. There's no one in this room that can better recap the communication that district has received from each of the 4 feeder lines than our current communication director, and also share a recap of the communication that the district has published. These details alone are a tremendous base of knowledge that are infinitely valuable for our incoming superintendent to be able to access as he moves into a role of being expected to know what the key concerns and key accolades are from each specific school. Additionally, our current communication director has functional knowledge of how to use the many systems that the district interacts with for communication distribution, and has functional working relationships with all of these third-party vendors. And we all know there's a lot of them, including the immediate updating of district website, mass communication via AFTG and school status texts, insertions of flyers into Peach Jar, coordinating linking to Natural State Sports that broadcasts our sports games, processes with our RICO printing in-house downstairs, media purchases, negotiating with Lamar billboards, direct contacts with local publishers that insert our district's good news into neighborhood publications anytime and every time they have spare room. We get to see our kids celebrated. Our communications director is the one pushing that. The amount of time it would take a new director to get up to speed on all of the functionality of each of these systems and how the platforms interact with one another is substantial. It is not just days or weeks. This is not a process easily duplicated. Given that our incoming superintendent was unanimously approved by voting members of the board, I hope we can all agree that we would like for him to be able to efficiently work from day one, sending as much or as little communication as he sees fit, a task that is literally best fully possible by keeping our current communications director in place long enough for him to experience what currently happens and then allowing him to drive the changes. Our communication director's tasks are among absolutely essential tools of a super. And while public commenters can't actually make motions for board to vote about, to vote about. I would make two if I could. I've sent an email to each of you. We chose the super for the job. I'd like to allow him to do it without removing his essential task access, please. Thank you, Amber Henson.
Thank you, Amber. Our next commenter is Lauren Murray.
Hi there. I am just a regular parent from out west. I live out in Roland. We moved here 7 years ago from Charlottesville, Virginia. And I'm mad I'm here. Because I haven't had to be here because I'm spoiled. Because I always know exactly where to find exactly what goes on in these meetings. I know when they're happening. I know what the agenda is. I know where the YouTube channel is. And if I don't know it, I can send a Facebook message and I find out in a couple minutes. I am here to express my disappointment that Jessica Duff's contract has not been renewed, and I want to give you the experience, my experience as a parent who came to this district. When we got here in 2018, we looked up the schools. We wanted to see where the kids were going. The internet presence for this district was so poor, none would have been better. We all know how that has changed. We all know how streamlined the brand is, how aware everyone is of the brand. We've got Canva with the brand colors loaded on every student's computer. The cohesiveness is unbelievable in 8 years. So when we first got here, things were terrible for us. And we went to Dr. McNulty and we said, is this how it is in these schools? We'll just go. I just want to know. And he sold me on a dream. He said it'd be quick. There'd be a lot of quick change. I thought it sounded too optimistic. We moved to Baker that following year, and at open house, when I listened to Dr. Whitfield speak, I cried because I could not believe that 2 zip codes were so different, that one school was so enigmatic and focused on learning while one was just barely getting by. Over the time, it wasn't long after that COVID hit. I have a lot of family all over the country. This district did COVID very well. We already had Chromebooks. We were already on Schoology. The messaging was so clear. The infographics were so clear. Sure, there were changes, but at a much lesser rate than those around us. I, for one, was really proud to be a part of this district. We get through COVID. She continues to streamline us all as a district. And I notice her, I don't know Jessica. I know her on the internet. I don't know. Hi, I'm Lauren, by the way. We've talked a lot through my activities and on the internet. But what I do see is I see her in Little Rock Power Women Group, 30,000 moms strong. When someone asks about a PCSSD school, maybe it's just as little as, how much does lunch cost at this school? My kindergartner doesn't know. Boom, there she is. Here's the link. 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 I don't think you all can conceptualize how down for the team she is. And you're not going to be able to replace that kind of attitude. So I hope there was a great reason. I really do. Because she's been the shining light for me that my children's education is going to live up to my standards. She's always elevating us. She's always elevating us. She's always celebrating us. Yeah, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that was our last public commenter. That'll bring us down to our next set of items, which are our reports and presentations. Certified PPC, probably not, right? Dr. Williams, no, you think? Classified? No? Okay. Financial updates with Ms. Rowlett.
Good evening, Board. Dr. Guest, this is our financial update for finance period 11, the month of May. These are for Funds 1, 2, and 4, our legal funds. Funds 1 being the teacher salary fund, Fund 2 being the operating, and Fund 4 being the debt service fund. Our beginning balance for the month was $4.4 million. Our current month revenues was $46.6 million. Current month expenditures, $18.5 million. With the gross legal ending balance of $32.5 million. Categorical fund balance $483,000, and our current net legal balance is $32 million. We have expended 86% of our budget. We have received 97% of our budgeted revenues. And if you go down to the left on your report, you'll see that we're 7.7% up on tax revenues over this time last year. Overall increase in revenue is 4.7, and still got a strong food service balance of 2.1 million. Any questions?
Do we have an end of the year debt on food service?
No. Well, we'll have a debt, yes.
Oh,
That
I know,
we'll
but
have
do we
to
have a
pay
number
out
yet?
of operating.
But do we have
And
a
right
number?
now we know it's about approximately 900,000.
Is that like 400 more than last year, or 500
Yes,
more?
because last year, remember, it was still on our books. We had it, but we did not pay it.
We rolled it over.
Yes, ma'am, we rolled it over,
Is
but.
that 2 years we rolled, or just one?
Two.
So that 900 is, we're recognizing all of it, right? That's why it's 900. So,
That's the estimate as of the
So that
first
would
week in June
so
that I
that's-
got from, because we already had 300,000 on the books.
Mm-hmm.
And then she's estimating that it's gonna be about 600 more thousand of bad
Okay.
debts.
So that's 3 years worth of debt rolled into this year's expenses.
Yeah, well, two, and then this year, 600,000, because we
Yes.
had 300,000 on there, and it's gonna be about 600,000 for this year. Okay?
so what she means is it's two from the past, and then this year would be the third, I think, is what that means. So just so everybody understands, the 300,000 was what we didn't recognize as debt the last 2
Yeah,
years.
it was on there like it was cash to receive.
Yes, right, like we were still anticipating getting it.
Yes, sir.
And but now we're deciding to recognize it along with this year's 600,000, right? And that's the total lunch debt across the district
Yes,
for all schools, all students.
Yes.
For this year, fiscal year.
yes, as of the beginning of this month. Okay?
Okay.
Are you happy to see that leave the debt level,
Yes,
or as happy as I am to see it leave?
yes, yes.
So, you're not the right one to ask, but it's my understanding that we're going to like a CEP next year, is that right? And is that supposed to do
I
something
think, yes,
different, right?
yes, where you
Okay.
have more kids on free lunch, so that should reduce that amount,
Okay,
hopefully.
all right.
Any
Oth-
questions?
Other questions?
And we're also gonna have free breakfast beginning next year for all students?
I'm not
correct?
sure, but I think I
State?
heard that in the meeting.
Yeah.
Yes, that's the state. Okay, so
Okay.
that'll cut down some debt just off breakfast alone, correct?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
And you know, the sad thing is that, not really sad, it's sad for me because we have to take it out of our operating, and you see food service has a little money, but we have to pay for it because the law won't let them pay for it out of their funds. So it has to come out of operating.
So you pay for it and then you get reimbursed, is that what you're saying, or?
No, the bad debt, we have to
Oh,
write off.
yeah, I thought you were talking about
No,
breakfast.
I'm talking about breakfast,
Okay,
the free
okay,
breakfast.
Yeah,
okay.
So, curious, if
Uh-huh.
you'll email it to me, but, can you diversify in different categories, the different breakfast, lunch category, or?
I can ask Regina to do that for you.
Okay, and, can we look at that and see what we were spending in breakfast, so we kinda get an idea of what we're gonna not be spending this next year in debt?
I'm sure she has a report she can pull for you.
Fabulous.
Okay.
all right, thank you, Ms. Rowlett. Next up, construction updates with Mr. Johnson.
I think he's going to play golf.
No, not quite.
Golf vest, golf shirt, I mean,
Yes,
I
ma'am.
recollect what that looks like a lot.
Please forgive my attire. I just got off a plane coming from California, so I do
From the
apologize.
golf course in California.
No, this was work, so, taking care of family, so.
Wasn't a school trip.
And it wasn't
No.
fun, was it? It was
Definitely
family.
not a school
No,
trip.
no school trip.
Everybody chill.
Before I get started, I'd like to start off by acknowledging the operations team and the effort that they're putting forth to turn schools around to get us ready in a short window of time frame for the fall classes. There are a lot of moving pieces this summer. Not anything that's outside of the norm, but it's just a lot of moving pieces, and our guys are really, really digging in to try to get these issues resolved. So I want to give a shout out to them. They've been working really, really hard on behalf of the district and our kids, and I would be wrong if I did not acknowledge them. All right, so let's jump in and get started. Mills High School. On June 12th, this Thursday, 6 p.m., there is a scheduled community meeting. I'm optimistic that it will be the last community meeting for the federal court process that we're going through with the renovations at Mills. The classroom addition should be on target July 1st, And the arena structure should be complete August 1st as well. So we're on target as far as getting those issues resolved. Furniture that has been ordered is being received. Little small things that are being, that need to be taken care of and tightened up are being tightened up at this particular point in time. And I think we're going to be really, really well when it comes to Mills. Robinson High School update. We received a letter from ADE with some exceptions that needed to be corrected based on the architect team, and a couple of things for us as far as the districts. Those items have been resubmitted to the state, and we're just waiting for final approval from them. That is not uncommon. That happens every time we submit a request for building for the state, that they'll send back their laundry list, if you will, of things that they'd like to see in the plans as far as the process go, and it's incumbent upon us to get that taken care of. It usually takes us a week to 10 days to turn that process back around to get them the information that they required and needed, and we're just simply now waiting on them. And at any point in time, I'm optimistic, hopefully Friday, that we'll receive our final approval letter to get started with the Robinson project as far as the expansion goes. All right. College Station Elementary, we're still pushing forward with the design piece for College Station, trying to make sure that the design can meet the expectations, and we've been meeting weekly to bi-weekly just to make sure logistically getting Harris Elementary ready to receive the kids in the fall, to make sure that we can move forward with College Station as a whole. So that process is moving along just fine. And that is my report at this particular point in time. I think you guys are going to talk about two issues with Jacksonville Elementary and Maumelle softball field here in a little bit that I'm not aware of.
Okay.
Are there any questions that I can answer for anyone?
So Thursday night's meeting is about what topic?
It's what we do for the federal court community meeting about Mills High School and the construction therefore. We have to basically do that at the request of the federal judge, Judge Marshall, and then we turn that in. I think we have a follow-up meeting approximately a week later with our attorneys. So July 1st, we have a report that's due to the federal court, and that's part of that process.
Okay, I was thinking that we had another meeting on Thursday night too.
The College Station?
At College Station. You're not a part of that one? 'Cause
No,
you're at the
ma'am,
other
I'm
one.
not.
So you may just be at a different meeting. So the parents are meeting Thursday night, same time, 6 o'clock? I can't make it because I had to work, but
Let's not say what the time is if we don't know. What time?
College Station is at 5, Mills University City High is at 6.
yeah. So they're not exactly the same time.
I think Mr. Stan is planning on attending too.
Right, I just, I was getting concerned, I was like, are we talking about two separate meetings or one? And I was right, it was two separate meetings, so.
No, and there's been discussions about that meeting. I'm not privy to all the details of that particular meeting. My focus have been trying to make sure we can meet the expectation of the federal court. Any other questions? Great questions. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
You're welcome, sir.
I got the superintendent's report on here. Got anything to tell us?
We did receive notice today, isn't Dr. Whitfield back there? Dr. Sonia Whitfield? We received notice today that we had, teachers in the district that are going to receive, you wanna give them the good news?
Yes,
I'm gonna
I'll
let you
give
say
them
it.
a full report
Oh,
next month, but we received the merit pay information, and the state will be sending a check to the district at, it's almost $500,000. So, yeah. So we had about 127 teachers on the list, and their checks will range from $1,500 to $10,000. So we'll have a more detailed report next month, and we just received it today.
So when the teachers wonder when they're gonna get it, they shouldn't be looking tomorrow or something, right? They should.
Do not look for it tomorrow. Yes, we received the information, but Ms. Rowlett has not received the funds yet.
well, Miss Saraceni at the department. Yeah.
Yeah.
Miss Saraceni at the department, who's responsible for that, sent us that information, and there's still a lot for them to do. They gotta process it. And she said, we're optimistic that it's gonna get done quickly, I hope. That was the way she put it.
Nice.
So there's, I mean, she's dealing with 200 school districts around the state, and I imagine very few have that much money, but I would suspect that a lot of districts have teachers that are gonna earn some sort of merit pay, so
So
there's
when-
a lot for her to do.
So when they receive the merit pay, It's per teacher, not school, and then
Per
the school
teacher.
decides how
No,
much
no,
the
it
teacher
goes-
gets? Okay.
If Sonia Whitfield is on the list, the
Uh-huh.
check comes to Sonia Whitfield.
Nice, okay,
Yeah.
great.
And those teachers that are getting $10,000, that's a net amount. If they are, the fringe is taken out above that, and they're
Oh, wow.
receiving actually $10,000.
It's wonderful. It's wonderful.
But
Love it.
But the money passes through this district
Yes.
to them. So,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
the chain of custody is the state to the district, and then the district turns it around to the individuals, but the district receives from the state the list and how much.
Yes.
So there's a process, it won't happen immediately.
Right.
But if your name is on that list, you're going to get your money from
And
this district.
principals received that list today. I made sure that each school received their list of teachers, so.
Okay, all
I'm
right.
sorry to have preempted your message next month, but I won't be here next month, so I'll share it.
Okay. All right. So that brings us down to our first item, which is approval of the last meeting's minutes, May 13th. I'll take a motion on the minutes for May 13th.
Motion.
Ms. Maynard made the motion, Ms. Smith seconded. Discussion, questions? Okay, seeing none, I'll put it to a vote. All in favor of approving the May 13th, 25 minutes, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. That brings us down to our first item of new business, which is the ELA curriculum adoption with Dr. Luttrell.
He's not here.
Okay,
Dr. Luttrell is out of town today, and he has asked me to step in his
Okay.
place. My name is Sierra Cole. I am the lead ELA instructional facilitator for our district. He has asked that I present his proposal for seeking approval on my perspectives for grades 9 and 10 per the quote that is in your packet, and I'm prepared to answer any questions you have.
okay. Questions for Ms. Cole?
Yes.
Miss, okay.
So the amount needed is $170,817.24.
It is to be, yes, it is to be
For
paid out
2
in 2
years.
installments over the next 2 years.
And I see it's for 9th and 10th grade.
Yes, ma'am.
Are those the only school years that are needed for the curriculum, or is that all that we can afford currently?
Dr. Luttrell met with Ms. Jackie Rowlett, and this is what is currently in our budget, and this is what takes priority as 9th and 10th grade are tested subjects by Atlas. Now, if you ask me to come back next month and ask for 11th and 12th, I certainly will. We would love to have them.
So there's a need to do other class levels as well
Yes, ma'am.
to get current, okay. So maybe we can find that money.
Okay, other questions?
So what this is a computer program that?
No.
No, ma'am.
Books.
No, ma'am. My perspective is the company or Savas, the interchangeable. This comes with a textbook for every child in 9th and 10th grade, what's called a consumable resource. So they're text for them so they can annotate on them instead of just looking at them on a computer, along with their questions and supplementals for English. It does as well have online resources. All the material is available online, but this is physical copies of real textbooks for every kid.
Okay,
Motion to approve the curriculum adoption.
okay. Ms. Smith has made a motion to approve the ELA curriculum adoption. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Smith motion, Tate second. Other questions or discussion? Okay, seeing none, I will put it to a vote. All in favor of approving the ELA curriculum adoption for grades 9 and 10, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, there you go.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Cole. Next, we have desktop computers with Mr. Young.
Evening. I'm here to seek approval to buy 100 desktops. We have several desktops that are about to go out as far as the operating system. These cannot be updated to Windows 11. Windows 10 is going to go end of life in October. So I don't have any choice here but to replace them. We have upgraded everything that we can, and this is going to be my first round of renewals on that. So first thing I'm gonna do is purchase 100. These are gonna go into front offices, they're gonna go into admin areas. Total cost on that is $69,900.
Okay.
Any questions?
So you're saying you'll be back for more?
I budgeted about 200,000 for this year, but I just don't have enough time currently to do all of those, so I wanna do 100 now, see how far that gets me.
Did you
see
say
how many more we can
200,000?
get.
What did you just say you're gonna order?
I said, well, I budgeted 200,000, but this first piece is
Money
right at
or
70,000.
computers?
No, money, not computers.
I can't even buy books, like what?
You don't need
Okay.
any monitors right now?
Not right now. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go in and, all of these front offices already have, decent sized monitors, and so we're just gonna swap out the CPUs.
So they're compatible?
Nice. Motion to approve.
Okay, Ms. Smith has made a motion to approve the desktop computer request. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Keller has seconded. Discussion, any final words? Okay, put it to a vote. All in favor of approving the desktop computer, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, there you go, 6-0.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up, we have the Maumelle High softball fence relocation. Mr. Horton.
Good evening. Thank you, Dr. Guest and board members for allowing us to advocate for our students. We have great athletic facilities at Maumelle. We're truly blessed to have everything on campus now. It hasn't always been that way, but it is now, and we're thriving in athletics at Maumelle right now. We're here tonight to bring attention to the size of our softball field. It is 230 feet from home plate to the fence in center field as well as down the lines. It is significantly larger than 98% of softball fields in the state. We submitted some comparisons for that, but some of the troubles that brings from an athletic director standpoint is if we were going to put a bid in for state, AAA is not going to accept ours because our field is abnormally, because it is 230, which most fields in the state are between 195 and 210. Now, you'll find some outliers. I actually left Robinson off this, so I wanted to address that. Robinson is actually 225 in center field, but it is 205 down the lines. So it's still significantly smaller than ours, but their center field is a little larger. I wish I'd had it on the sheet, so I wanted to apologize to Robinson folks that it wasn't on the comparison piece there. Coach White and I actually went out and measured every field we could get access to make sure that it was accurate, including ours. I want to turn it over to Coach White right now. He's our head softball coach. He can give you a little bit more personalized with what it was like coaching with the field that big.
Stop.
Let's take a quick recess. We've had something come up. Will you pause the live stream, please, and then we'll get you back.
Absolutely.
Coach, could you come up here for a second?
want to turn over to Coach White, our head softball coach. He wants to give you a little bit more about the experience of coaching on a field that large, as well as our softball girls experience themselves.
Okay. Hey, my name is Jared White. I'm a 17-year employee of Pulaski County. I worked at Clinton Elementary for 9 years, and then transferred over and worked at Crystal Hill for 5. In the last 3, I've been at Oak Grove Elementary. This is be my 12th year coaching the softball team. Some things I see with the field. We had a practice field for years that I took care of during football season, and then it finally came, a dream came true that our field was going to be made, and it is. It's an absolute dream field. The only thing is we need to adjust the fence to make it like every other softball field we play at, for the most part. There's 1 or 2 outliners. I know the rule was designed around Alma's softball field. It's super big, but it plays more like a Little League baseball field than a high school softball field. Some competitive disadvantages, and I'll hit on some of these points later on. We're forced to adjust the field that is dramatically different than the norm. We put out cones to represent where 200 is instead of our 230. It hurts their stats, confidence, and recruiting opportunities. I'll hit a little bit on that here in just a second. Okay, impact on our girls. Fairness for the girls. Reduces home run opportunities, increases outfield demands. When they hit a base hit past the second baseman or the shortstop, if it's rolling hard, instead of stopping at 200 and them getting a double, it rolls all the way to the end of the fence, and it ends up being an inside the park home run, which is not what softball is designed for. It directly affects how scouts view their performance. Talking about college coaches, if we're sitting there and they ask me for stats, I send them stats. My girl has 3 home runs. If we'd have played on a 200 to 210 fence, she may have 6, right, at my park if we just doubled that number. If you're comparing 2 girls based off of stats, and one of them has 3, one of them has 6, it looks so much different on the power that kid has to hit home runs. So there it affects their recruiting. Girls feel like they have been overlooked in a way their male counterparts haven't. Softball deserves to have the fence adjusted so that we have a normal field. Long-term program disadvantages. It's not just about this year's team. Over time, it will affect the strength of our program. Right now, we have 2 really dominant pitchers. This year, we made it to the semifinals and lost to Benton at their park. They got to host the tournament. We ended up in the seeding at the end of the year. We were ranked 3rd out of all the teams in 5A, and my girls overcame the home disadvantages that we played in. They never make excuses. They get out there and play and grind. Family athletes and potential transfers know we have a field that is bigger, and it hurts some of the families that are looking for a place maybe to transfer their kid from a charter school, or coming in, they're looking for a place to bring their kid from out of state, and they choose somewhere else based on our field size. That's the long-term disadvantages. Like I said, our field is an absolute dream. It's a beautiful park. I take pride in it. I mow the outfield. I spray. We do everything we need to do to take care of the field and the facility. It's just too big, and I ask that you adjust it for our girls to make it where we have the same advantages at home that we do away. Okay.
We understand that there are several other facilities needs that would take a higher priority in the current. We just would like consideration for this adjustment to be made to fix this for our girls.
Okay. All right, questions?
I just had some parents ask in letters, did we give the correct distance originally? Was it a mistake of the people who put the fence in? And so would it be their job to fix it, or?
So our entire process, what we were involved with, coaches, athletic director, we were advocating for a 200-foot fence the entire time. I can't speak to why that decision was made, because
Oh, so it was us who told them to make it further out? They
I
didn't-
do not know exactly where that came from. I just know that from our end, athletic director, coach, we advocated for a 200 fit the entire time.
And I'll say this, because I've been wanting to talk to y'all for about 2 years now. I've kind of tried to go through the right avenue and do the right thing. I sat in 2 or 3 different meetings. I even signed off on it, 200 to 210. My practice field was 225, and I knew that was too big. Coaching softball, I knew that was too big. Even whenever the first drawings came out, it had our field beside the boys' field. We got our field turned around, and then it looked, if you put it on top of the boys, it looked like it was too big. And I asked both people that were in charge, and they said, we are gonna make sure it's right. They told me 2 or 3 different times in meetings. Me and him went around the other day, as soon as I knew my field was wrong, and I got the answer that it was because some other fields in the district were different sizes, I drove over there and I walked them off myself. And this was, 2 years ago? The day I got that news, I took them all myself to drive around. And I really do think we need to do this for the girls. I've been, I've put my heart into this district, and that's something I believe. Parents complain to me all the time, visiting coaches complain to me all the time. I take it on the chin, discuss it with him, and we try to keep it in-house the best we can.
So I think what Dr. Tate was asking was, is this something we can go back to the original contractors for a refund or some help on the expense of this? Or was this something that was signed off by previous administration?
I'm not privy directly to that information.
Okay.
From our end, we advocated for the field, the fence to be 200 to 210.
Okay. So that
Y'all
can be,
caught it at multiple times though. And at multiple stages, you brought it to people that could affect change, and it wasn't.
And we also caught.
The contractor even offered.
We caught, they were gonna do Millsfield at 232, and we caught that and got it to the right people, and they got it correct here. So we saved the district money in the end of things already.
Thank you for
doing that. Even though, look bad on us for, kind of going to saying that.
So, I know I don't look like it, but I played softball for 14
Yes,
years.
ma'am.
So
how I met
10 of
my
those were
husband, too.
fast pitch, the rest were slow pitch. But I also coached 12 and 13-year-old girls softball for 4 years. But I don't know if the fields are shrinking, because back then we were 220, 225, and when I was in slow pitch, we were 250 and over. So I guess my thing is, we have another field at Robinson that's 225, so are they gonna be up here next asking for the same thing?
Well, I can't speak for that directly, but I will say there's this 205 down the line. We measured that, so it's significantly smaller. Their center field is closer in range than most fields we visited.
Is this fast pitch?
This is fast pitch. If you go out like we did and walk the fields, you could see the difference. It makes a huge difference when everything's 230 all the way around.
So standard is, I mean, when I played, it was 220 to
200
230.
to 210 is standard softball length.
So, I mean, I've seen anywhere from 185 to 235 for high school. So did that change?
The only
or-
one that I know is 235 is Alma, and that was why the rule was initially stated in. That's why that was granted in when they did it, is because Alma was 235. I think they remained that size.
motion to approve the Maumelle reduction of field size.
So, yeah, the fence proposal,
Fence
right?
proposal,
Okay.
okay. Fence,
Okay, so-
reduction proposal.
Okay, so we have a motion from Ms. Smith to approve the Kinko proposal on the Maumelle fence. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Killer has seconded. Other discussion or questions?
I would like to have administration go in and look at the contracts and the planning and see if there was not something that could have been thwarted somewhere, or get a financial, Mr. Johnson,
He
can you
didn't,
please come to the front? I have questions. Because there's a $30,000 cost here, and looks like we're gonna have that at Robinson sooner than later. The gentlemen were explaining that they had put in the information that was the correct numbers, and that they weren't completed that way when the field was finished. is there some way to go back and backtrack and look and see if what they're saying was ever written in paper and pencil and not followed, just placed as is, was whatever? To
So-
maybe go back to the company and go, hey, we need some money back, and, or, we need some compromise here.
Well, Kenco built the field to spec. The
Okay.
architects drew it to specs. The questions at the time frame when we built the girls softball field was to make sure that we were in compliance with where we were across the district because we were in federal court and a facilities issue. And so that was explained on the very front end of this. And that was a discussion on the front. When the plans were laid out, everyone that was involved, including the coaching staff and everyone else at the time frame, signed off on the plans on the day that we met.
Can
Just
you
have
bring
the-
me that document?
I can get the document.
That'd be great.
Okay.
I appreciate it. Then we'll talk to
But that
Kinko
was-
about that.
But that was the reason, and they did bring it up at the time frame that, hey, they'd like to see something different, but because we were in the midst of federal DSEG at that time frame for facilities, we wanted to make sure we were uniform across the front.
Well, and,
There was a lengthy discussion with legal over the softball field and what should be done.
do they play softball?
They do play softball, to the best of my knowledge.
I-
Your girls' team.
Semifinals this year, yes.
No.
He's
I
talking-
wasn't,
she's talking
I
about
wasn't,
the guys.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I was being silly. It's fine. So, anyway, so,
Can I
Kinko, yes,
add one
sir,
thing
please.
real quick? Can we find the document? There was plans, and you and the guy that was in charge of doing our contract had me sign it and then write exactly what size that we wanted it, and it was 200 to 210.
If that was correctly written, that would be a very nice conversation
Yeah,
to have
I would
before we
love to
pay
see that
Kinko
one,
to change it.
And it was
Yeah, but it was on,
If
it
we-
was on the plans, it was not on the
Can't-
contract.
Well,
Let me just say,
I'm just saying,
this, I first learned about this when Dr. McNulty was here. It was in the winter, or early winter of last year, before Dr. McNulty left. And, I don't believe that anybody made a mistake, like the contractor or somebody like that. Like, that was never, this was something that he was working on. It just was something that it was built this way, and they would like it to be less because of the reasons that they gave. And we were trying to get a price and a quote together and everything to do that, and just let the board decide, do they want to move it or not? Because it is technically discretionary, you can do it, you cannot do it. But we wanted, for these reasons that they gave, to present to the board this option so that it could choose to do this or not do this. But I don't think that anybody is really to blame or anything like that with respect to the contractors or the architects or whatever. Like, I think that, it's just clear that we built a field at 2:30, that we gave however it happened, the instructions went to the architects and then the construction manager and all that to build the field correctly. Like, I think they're out of it. And it's just, we'd like it to be less now. It's like a change order, except for a very long after the contract, the project is done, right?
It's after the project
but,
is done,
I'm just gonna go back to what you said. You said that the gentleman explained, the coaches and AD explained that they interceded at Mills to make it correct before it got to the, right? You were able to
Doctor.
change that one, but we couldn't make Maumelle correct because we had to do, but Mills is the final check mark with the judge, so just kinda,
well, so
wrapping
if
that
we're
one
gonna
together.
use that analogy, let's go back.
Okay.
Robinson, at the time frame that theirs were being built, was the model for us, which is the reason why we went with that and talked to the attorneys and went the pathway that we did.
Okay.
It was only after the fact, when Mills was in process, that it basically changed, and that was at the direction of Dr. McNulty,
Yes, I think.
even after talking to legal.
What I was trying to say is I think that we, the district, okay, so forget who's underneath that umbrella. We, the district, gave instructions to do it this way, for a reason. And then we changed our mind, okay? And with Mills or whatever. And so the ask here is, can we get the fence moved in for Maumelle? And, because it has these advantages.
Well, and whatever the board decides or directs me to do, we'll get it done. That's a $30,000 roughly expenditure for that. That's not accounted for in the capital expenditures for Fund 3. So, I mean, we'll do whatever's necessary based on what you guys
Right.
direct me to do.
Right. Okay, we have a motion and a second on this.
Yes.
Okay. So the topic is moving the fence in to roughly about the same dimensions as Mills, right? And we have a motion from Ms. Smith and a second from Mr. Keller. I'll put it to a vote. All in favor of approving this proposal, which will move the fence in eventually, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Okay, I have that. As you are the only no, Ms. Maynard, was anyone else no? Okay, so that's 6-1, yes, the proposal is approved. No one did anything wrong, okay?
I wasn't a part of it, so I'm just
Yeah,
kind of
yeah, no,
throwing
no,
in
I just
what I
wanted to be
hear and
clear.
what I think. Because, again, I met my husband, we played adult softball, so, yeah.
Okay.
That's how I met him. So, I was a softball nerd too, so,
All right, so,
I was a nerd. I went for the fun, I didn't go because I was good at it.
so our next item is thank you coaches and Mr. Johnson.
No, it was terrible, I shouldn't have. I just like to go.
All right. Our next item is a resolution concerning the Jacksonville Elementary lease. I'm going to start with this, and then I'm going to let Dr. Guest speak on it as well. So this has a story, okay, and it goes back fairly far. We talked about this last in October of '23 at the October 10th, 2023 meeting, but it goes back all the way. You know, Jacksonville Elementary was built probably around 1980. I didn't get that on my list, but in June 2021, the school was closed by this district. Okay, we still had Jacksonville in our portfolio at that time, and so in June 2021 we closed it and moved the kids to the other Jacksonville schools. And the school sat closed for 2 years.
You mean 2011, right?
Sorry, yeah.
Ooh,
Right.
I was going, that's
Yeah,
funny.
sorry,
I've been
20
here since
2021,
then.
no.
Yeah, so this school was closed in 2011. And then it sat unused for 2 years. We owned it, and we still do. And then in June of 2013, we executed a lease with the city of Jacksonville, not the school district of Jacksonville, the city of Jacksonville. The school district has no involvement in this, the other districts. So if I say Jacksonville, I'm always meaning the city here. For $1 a year for 99 years, and they would lease the building and use it for the benefit of the city. They had all kinds of plans for it at various times for how they were going to use it. It was supposed to be a benefit to the city, and they would maintain it. There is a document, it's on your board agenda, that is the lease. Okay, so if you look past the first page and the second page and third page have the pictures, the aerial pictures of the school, and then starting about the fifth page is the lease. So, and Jacksonville took that lease on in 2013. And then in 2016, the district of Jacksonville, the school district, Jacksonville North Pulaski, they detached from us and started their own district. And they took all those schools except for this one. They didn't want it. So we kept it. And we had the lease with the city. So the city had the lease with the school district, PCSSD, and we, to this day, own that property. In February 2020, now this lease, by the way, has a lot of different clauses in it. I've highlighted a couple of key ones for you on paragraph 5. It says when they're done with it, they have to peaceably return possession of the premises to us upon termination of the agreement in the condition as the property currently exists in 2013, normal wear and tear accepted. And then the other key part that I identified on your document is the insurance clause, paragraph 9, which says that the city will, at its sole expense, keep the premises insured against loss, damage, destruction by fire, common cause, natural disaster, or other insured perils, and name us, the district, as the insured on the policy. And the policy shall include at a minimum sufficient funds to cover the costs of removal of all the ruins and rubble should the improvements located on the premises or any part thereof be destroyed. So fast forward to February 2020, arson hit one of the buildings. It was called the Federal Building. I was there in 3rd and 4th grade at Jacksonville Elementary, and that building was set on fire, and it burned down. And it became obvious around that point that the city didn't have insurance anymore, because I don't know how we knew that, but it became obvious that something was going on over there. And then in 2023, the city got tired of seeing it. And so their city council, and you have minutes from their city council meeting that shows that they attempted to terminate the lease because they decided that it wasn't in their interest anymore because it looked bad, it was hard to maintain, yada, yada. There's a lot more in those minutes that you might want to read in terms of like their sentiments towards the district and so on. However, they decided that they wanted to terminate the lease, so they voted on it. But then I think they changed their mind once they read the contract. And then 2 months later, a tornado hit it, okay, that big tornado in 2022. So it's a series of unfortunate events that's happened to this school, okay? The tornado, like, deadlined it, okay, just absolutely destroyed it. And so it was even in worse shape than when they wanted to get rid of it in 2023. So since that time, the city has realized that they can't just turn it back like that. But they don't have insurance on the building, okay? They didn't keep insurance like they were supposed to with their lease. That's our understanding. And so we've been working with the city. This started with Dr. McNulty. Like, it was like 1 month after I became board president, this thing landed on our plate. And so we've, tried to avoid problems for the district because of this. But essentially, this school, it has asbestos, or had asbestos in it and so on. And so I think the city, I know what happened. So the city decided they were going to tear it all down, and they did eventually. It just completed. So the school, all the buildings have been removed, but the concrete pads and so on have not been removed for the buildings. But anything you can see above ground is gone. So in 2023, this board decided to get an appraisal of the property, and we did. So we voted on that. That's in our minutes. And the appraisal came back at approximately $486,000 for the land, okay? But there was a catch, because when they appraised it, the buildings were still on it, and they figured that, the land's worth less with that building on it. And but if the land is completely cleared, the appraiser, a real appraiser, thinks it's worth about $486,000, and we have that appraisal. It's not on your agenda, but we have it. And that's what we voted to get. And so with that, now they've cleared the land, but they haven't cleared the concrete pad. And so it costs a lot of money to pick up a concrete pad. So Dr. Guess went to talk to their mayor about possibly getting them to finish and get the concrete pad up. And so you had that conversation with the mayor, right?
I did. We went and talked. I went out and looked at the property and the slabs that were there and what had to be done. And they removed everything but those slabs. But I talked to the mayor about the situation and whether or not they might be interested in the property. And he said that they were. And he knew that the appraisal was $486,000. But he knew that there was going to be a cost to removing those that rubble, and he didn't really want to talk about it. He said, let me talk to some of my people here in the city, and that's all that I have heard from him. But the talk at the time was, let's be realistic about this 486 and reduce that price, and we might consider buying it. But that 486 is an appraised value that you're responsible to get. If you have an appraised value of the property, you're supposed to recover what that property is worth. But the slabs have got to be removed. So the mayor and I talked about it, and I said, well, you got to remove the slabs to finish your work. And he acted more like he'd rather just not talk anymore about it. So that's where it sits. The last thing I heard from him was he was talking to folks in the city.
So So I felt an obligation to bring this back to the board because we've reached, in Dr. Guess's opinion and mine, we had reached a standstill. The board had never taken any action on what it wanted to do. Dr. McNulty and I essentially agreed that it looked like the city was moving in the right direction, so we let them move in that direction, but they seem to have stopped. And so what you have on your agenda is Dr. Guess and I decided to bring back to the board a resolution that essentially I'll read it, authorizes the superintendent and the district legal counsel to propose and pursue appropriate legal remedies to best protect the district and its right to the property subject to the lease. That doesn't mean that we're going to run into the courthouse tomorrow if you approve this, but we need to be able to talk with the city of Jacksonville, understanding that the board has taken some kind of action and given us some kind of direction on what to do. And so this was our idea for how to start that process, because I don't think anybody wants to get into a situation where one governmental agency is suing another, but they signed a lease, they have terms in that lease, we have property, so we're trying to get all this worked out, and this might help move it along. And so that's what you have in front of you there is the next step after the October 2023 meeting where we got the appraisal. So this resolution was not surprisingly written by me. It was written by Mr. Beckett. So that was our legal counsel's idea of what they would like to have to be able to go talk to the city of Jacksonville about next steps. So I'll stop there, see if anybody has any questions.
I have a problem using taxpayer money to sue another taxpayer-funded entity. And I think that building would have had to been torn down, and we would have had to deal with the asbestos, and they did us a favor. I think we should cut our losses and pull the pad and sell it.
I don't agree. I think we should have them remove the pad and sell the property. They have a contract, and they signed the contract, and they have to abide the contract.
Notably, that sentiment was not on display in their board minutes, which you will see, where they brought their code enforcement officer up and said, if the PCSSD doesn't tear down the whole thing, we're going to take them to court and cite them for code violations. They put it in their own minutes.
I think, I'm good with, let's just send that to, the superintendent and our attorneys and let them figure out where to go from here.
I don't think it has to be a hostile thing, but
No.
the only talk has been informal. And so I would just like there to be, I think there should be, and the superintendent and the attorneys agree, some type of board action to say, hey, let's go try to get this resolved. And this is the vehicle that we would do that with.
Do they still have the same city council members that were listed in this? Has it changed since elections?
A few have changed.
Okay, so there might be some people with different thinkers.
Yes, but the mayor was there.
But he probably wasn't the mayor
Yeah.
that was there when they quit doing the insurance on that facility either, so.
Yeah,
he's
there's all kinds of solutions. We could even go to like arbitration or something, short of going to court. Or
Right.
just, send in our attorney to talk to their city attorney and reviewing the terms of the lease. Okay, because there might be a misunderstanding about some things that could be corrected once we, give our attorneys and the superintendent some kind of direction. So that's why we're back here.
A motion to approve.
Okay, Dr. Tate has made a motion to approve the resolution.
I second it.
Okay. Ms. Tate has seconded. Ms. Smith has seconded. Further discussion? All right. Let's put it to a vote. All in favor of approving the resolution, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Okay. Ms. Maynard, I have used the only no. Mr. Beckett, a light touch on this to start, okay? All right. Okay. All right. Next up, Dr. Williams. We have a lot of board policy updates here. Okay. Okay, I'm starting with 4.45P and 4.45P1. Is that where you are too? Okay.
So, the policy he just spoke of has been updated as will the other ones, through the recent legislative session. There were some updates made, and so that is what was done in this particular one. The highlight of this one is they are removing SparkCore from those policies. It is no longer a part of the graduating process. And so, if you remember last month, it may have been, or the month before, I brought it because they had done an update. Well, now they've done a new update, removing that with this recent session. And so that is what that one is.
Motion to approve.
Okay,
Seconded.
Ms. Maynard has made the motion. Ms. Smith has seconded to approve the first one, 4.45, and it's P1 company. Anyone? Okay, I'll put it to a vote. All in favor of approving 4.45, et cetera, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. Next up, we have 5.2.
Yes, 5.2, again, it's a legislative change, changing from school-level policies to district-based strategic policies. Some of it is language change, and some is the actual product. And so, again, that's a legislative change.
Motion to approve the legislative change of Board Policy 5.2, Planning and Educational Improvement.
Okay. Ms. Smith has made the motion on 5.2. Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Maynard has seconded. Discussion. Okay, I'll put it to a vote. All in favor of 5.2 change, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. Next up, 5.7.
Okay, 5.7, again, another legislative change, which includes some specific requirements for libraries dealing with students K through 5, through Act 917. So again, legislative changes.
Okay, and we're not going beyond the legislative changes. That's just strictly to comply with what the
Yes.
legislative law is.
Yes.
Okay.
Motion to approve.
Okay, Ms. Maynard made that motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I got the second on 5.7. Discussion. Okay, I'll put 5.7 to a vote. All in favor of approving 5.7, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. Next up, we have 5.10.
Okay, again, this is an update to that policy as well. It has come before you before. There were some changes in the last session. And so, we adopted it, before it was absolutely required. Now it's absolutely required with some changes. And so, those were the recent changes through the legislature.
Okay.
Motion to approve.
Okay. Was that Ms. Smith?
Yep.
Okay, motion to approve at the AI 5.10. Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Maynard has seconded 5.10. Questions? Okay, we'll put it to a vote. All in favor of 5.10, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. Next up, we have 5.15P1.
Again, another legislative change. It's dealing with some changes from Acts 340 and 341 with how some calculations are done. And so we are proposing to be in line with what the state is requiring there as well.
Okay. All right, I'll take a motion on 5.15P1.
Motion.
Ms. Maynard has made the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Ms. Smith has seconded. Discussion on the grading policy. Okay, we'll put it to a vote. All in favor of 5.15P1, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay. Next up, 5.19.
Okay. Again, another change with the legislature, Act 730, to make some adjustments on the grades of students who are eligible for the Arkansas Course Choice Program to stay in line with the new act. So it's also a legislative change.
Okay, course choice.
Motion.
Ms. Maynard has made the motion. Oh, sorry, this is 5.19, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Ms. Maynard has made the motion. Is there a second? Dr. Tate has seconded. Discussion on course choice. Okay, We'll put it to a vote. All in favor of approving 5.19, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. 5.20, district website.
There were some additional requirements placed from Act 120 and 501, regarding teacher and administrator recruitment and retention plan. It's something that we had to do yearly, so that has been, is no longer required. And also adding some language regarding anti-Semitism.
Okay. Take a motion on the update to 5.20, the website.
Motion.
Ms. Maynard has made that motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Smith has seconded. Okay. Discussion on 5.20 website. All right, we'll put it to a vote. All in favor of approving 5.20, the website update, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Just as a side here, if anyone's watching this and they're like, how can I see these policies? They're on the board documents under leadership, Board of Education, and then board documents. So if you go in there and find the meeting, you can follow along with us as we're doing this. That's why it looks like we're going real fast, it's because we've had these. Okay, next up, 5.21.
5.21 is mostly just a language change. We are moving from using the language advanced placement and international baccalaureate and honors to just stating accelerated learning. And so that's being changed throughout the document. That was done through Acts 340 and 341.
Okay.
Motion to approve?
All right, Ms. Smith has made the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, okay. Ms. Maynard, discussion. All right, I'll put it to a vote. All in favor of 5.21 AP course update, say aye. Aye. Opposed? I'll also say that if you're looking at the policies, the changes are in bold. Next, 5.22P, concurrent credit.
Again, that one was affected by Acts 340 and 341, changing, adding some language to share who is eligible to require those particular courses and how they're paid for. Through this particular policy, we will cover any courses that are affiliated with schools, to clarify that schools that we are connected with, not just they can go out and find a school and show up with a document. It has to be one that we are already in partnership with. And so that is just clarification, but then also making sure that it's clear that that information is there for patrons to read.
Okay.
Motion to approve?
Okay, the motion is on 5.22P, concurrent credit. Ms. Smith, second. Anyone?
Second.
Ms. Maynard has seconded. Okay. Questions on that one? 5.22P? Okay, we'll put it to a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right, it passes. Next up, 5.26.
This one was basically a language change and just some clarity, but I did want to include it because they're changed with the way that it's structured, and so we wanted to make sure that ours was completely in line with the state. And so that one was also through the legislative change with Act 911.
Okay, all right. We're on 5.26, alternative learning. Motion on that one?
Motion.
Ms. Maynard has made the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Smith has seconded. Discussion. Okay, put it to a vote. All in favor of 5.26 changes, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay. Next up, 5.28, enhanced student achievement funding.
Okay. I skipped ahead. That one is, again, a legislative change with Act 807. And it's really just clarifying some language. It's taking out language that dealt with the district, and I know it's twice, but that's the wording, district strategic plan. They just did some revamping of that to simplify that language. You'll notice that most of the policy was stricken by the state through that, and just had the overall funding source, which was FSLA.
Okay. take a motion on this one? Dr. Tate has made a motion on 5.28. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Keller has seconded. All in favor of approving 5.28 ESA funding, say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right. About to leave the fives with 5.29, wellness.
5.29 is basically just a change in the name of the committee. It was School Nutrition and Physical Activity Advisory Committee, and it's just changing to the simple wording of Wellness Committee.
Okay. Some of this is federally regulated, right? Like because of
The funds
Okay,
attached to it,
yeah,
yes, sir.
Weren't we already calling it a wellness?
Well, we did,
Okay.
but, you know, we need to
Yeah.
have it specifically that way, since it's been made a law within the
right.
state.
Okay, I need a motion on 5.29.
Motion on 5.29.
Okay, Ms. Smith has made that motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Maynard has seconded. Okay. We'll put 5.29 to a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right. We're going to 6. Policy 6.4.
Okay. The primary piece, and this again was, with Arkansas Code annotated 618-708, and through Act 247, where it terms in our policy directly, how often, those background checks needs to be, done with our volunteers. And so it's just specifically laid out in that policy at the end of the policy. You'll see it there, where we'll do those at least every 3 years.
Okay, so we've got a change to our current policy of 6.4 on the table. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Dr. Tate has made the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Keller has seconded. All in favor of 6.4, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay. Jump into 7. Policy 7.171, food service.
This one adds to our policy through Act 123, the free breakfast provision by the state. And so it's just adding it into our policy officially.
Okay. All right. Anyone on this motion?
Motion.
Ms. Maynard has made the motion. Is there a second? Dr. Tate has seconded. The policy is 7.171, food service prep. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. Next, we go to the ones, 1.17, nepotism.
Okay. I got excited. I closed my phone.
Sorry.
So close.
Just 1 second, I apologize. On nepotism, that was, actually, that was the one we had. This one again was a legislative change on, just clarifying what's considered nepotism. Trying to pull it up to look at my note for it. But that too was through, the recent legislative session.
Okay. All right. 1.10, or sorry, 1.17,
It was 1.7.
nepotism. Questions?
Motion.
All right, Ms. Maynard has made the motion. Is there a second? Dr. Tate has seconded. Any discussion?
I never realized it said family members and board members shall not be employed by the district as substitute teachers, substitute cafeteria workers, or substitute bus drivers.
Was that a change to this? Was that added?
That one, let me see, I lost my document.
Down at the bottom.
No, it's not highlighted.
Yeah, it is.
No, that was always
It
there.
was in blue and then red. Oh, mine's not.
What's going on down at the bottom of page 3?
Hold on just 1 second.
Sorry,
I'm
Dr.
having to
Williams.
Pull it up from
I know, I'm
another
like-
document.
I didn't know you couldn't be a substitute and be a member of the family.
Well, it's,
That's weird,
cannot.
because up here it says exception, substitutes, qualified family members or board members may be employed by the
yeah, we don't hold, we look at situations, we haven't had a problem where we couldn't, and quite honestly, we don't have often many who, volunteer to substitute, but, I can't get it to pull up on my document, I'm sorry.
Well, there was just this, so it's your
That
understanding,
one change, yeah.
okay, so there's,
Like, you could be an employee, but you can't be
so is
a
this
substitute.
one about the administrator employment by third party? Is that?
Yes.
Okay, so there's a line down on the third page that it's in red and it's underscored, family members of board members, so we thought that was a change, I think is probably what Ms.
Well,
Smith
it
and I
is,
are
there's
talking
a blue above that is marked out.
It's at the very end.
I'm sorry, I can't get it to open on
It's
this
all right.
document.
It's just something I observed and thought it
Yeah.
was kind of funny.
But it's,
Thank you.
So in one part, it says that it can happen, and then you go down a little bit, at the very bottom, it says it can't.
Why is mine so much bigger than yours?
Yeah, that's not the one that was it was supposed to stop, that's in the notes.
okay, so that's,
Yeah, that shouldn't have been on
it's
there.
just
That's in
red,
the
so it
notes.
got everybody's attention.
Yeah, that's in the notes, and that's something that we could choose, but the bulk of ours is up here at the top.
Oh,
Okay, so,
That's in the notes.
so
So
the
we're-
prop,
I'm sorry,
the
go ahead.
proper way to read this as a board member is this policy ends after administrator employment by third party, right?
Correct.
So don't pay attention to anything
That-
below
below
that.
that. Yeah,
You're voting
it just
on everything,
accidentally got updated.
everything from that and above.
okay.
Yes.
Motion.
Okay, all right. Motion to approve 1.10.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Smith.
No, 1.17.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, yeah, okay, we already had motions on this.
Right.
Maynard and Tate already made the motion.
Yes.
Okay, all right. I'll put it to a vote. All in favor of 1.17 nepotism, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay. Last one, 1.10 association membership.
Okay, and this one just simply takes out, the National School Board Association and just doesn't specify a specific organization. It just says you can be a member of other organizations, so it's not a requirement anymore.
Okay. And this came from the ASBA
Yes.
because they've changed their association from the
Yes.
NSBA to something else. Okay.
Motion to approve.
Okay, Ms. Smith made the motion,
1.10.
Second.
and Ms. Maynard has seconded. All in favor of 1.10 change, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay.
47,000 motions later.
Well,
All
I'll be
right.
back next month.
Okay. So thank you, Dr. Williams.
Appreciate you.
A bunch come, you're just working through, you're taking it one bite at a time, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, that brings us down to the consent agenda without personnel. If you'll notice, personnel is after the grievance hearing. So you're approving the consent agenda, but without the personnel, that vote will be after the grievance hearing. So I'll take a motion on the consent agenda without personnel. I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda as it's there. Is there a second? Second. Okay, Dr. Tate has seconded. So what you're approving in the consent agenda is just those 11 things. Then personnel will come after that.
It's all Scott Young. Scott Young. Where'd he go?
Yeah.
Left the room.
Okay, all in favor of approving the consent agenda as it is on your agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. All right. So that's going to get us down to board member comments. Anyone?
No, just that, Dr. Williams, if you're still here. Once again, graduations were pretty flawless, and even though it was a very long day, it was a very fun day, an exciting day, and thank you I know there's a lot of people that need to be thanked behind the scenes, but I know for a fact how much hard work you put into it, and so thank you very much for all the time and the effort that you dedicate to that event, and making all 4 schools' graduation so successful.
Other comments? Okay. Comments from the superintendent?
this will be my last board meeting unless you do something in the next 2 weeks, so you better hurry. So I just want to thank you for this 6 months. It's been fun and it's been rejuvenating, and I've appreciated the opportunity, and I hope I have served you well, and we've done some things together that have been beneficial to the district. So thank you very much for giving me the chance.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's take a recess to get set up for our level 3 grievance hearing. It'll be about 5 or 10 minutes. My practice with hearings has been that when they're open, any hearing, that we shut the live stream, but we record. Is there any objection to anybody from these two parties?
I believe that, first of all, my name is Cam Eddings, here on behalf of my client, Jessica Duff. I believe that, an open hearing means, just as it says, I believe the hearing ought to be open, it ought to be live, and not only are we gonna request that the audio be live, we also request that the video be live as well.
Okay. Any problem with that? Okay. All right. Then we will leave the live stream up. I'm still gonna run this recording too. Okay. I'm gonna hand it over to our hearing officer, Ms. Street.
Okay, we're here tonight for a grievance hearing. Jessica Duff, the employee, has brought a grievance. Kai M. Eddings representing the grievant, and Jay Beckett is representing the school administration. Each side will have up to 90 minutes to make their presentation, and I'll direct traffic between witnesses, et cetera, and rule on anything that needs to be ruled on. Then I'll give the board some instructions before they go back to deliberate. And I will ask, I don't know that I would call it opening statement, but Mr. Beckett, you said you had a preliminary matter to bring up, and Kayem, if he hasn't covered it well enough in that preliminary matter, then I'll expect you to set it up for the board. And then I'll invite both of you to make closing arguments when we get to the end, if you hadn't used up all your time. Okay, Mr. Beckett, you want to go ahead with your preliminary
Sure.
matter?
Thank you, Ms. Street, members of the board. So originally, this matter was scheduled for this evening to take up a grievance filed by Ms. Duff, alleging that she was improperly issued a written reprimand by her supervisor, Dr. Guess. This morning, I received information that leads me to believe that Ms. Duff is also going to be challenging at the grievance hearing tonight the fact that she was not offered a contract for the 2025-2026 school year. We believe that the board should deny any attempt by Ms. Duff or her counsel to present evidence, argument, or request any remedy related to the decision not to offer Ms. Duff a contract for the 25-26 school year, because first, the grievance that Ms. Duff filed did not make any allegations regarding contract renewal. A grievance couldn't have, because the grievance was filed before the decision on Ms. Duff's next year's contract was made. In addition, the board policy on grievances for classified staff does not allow an employee to grieve not being offered a contract for the next school year. LEARNS does not provide any kind of process. The LEARNS Act, passed 2 years ago, does not provide any kind of process for an employee who has not been offered a contract for the next school year. And for all intents and purposes, the train has left the station on that situation, because after the decision was made not to offer Ms. Duff a contract for the next school year, the position was posted, advertised, interviews were conducted, and it's my understanding that a recommendation for a new communications director is pending. So for those reasons, the administration would ask that the board determine any arguments, testimony, or requested remedy as to the decision not to offer Ms. Duff a contract for next school year not be allowed.
You want to respond to that, Mr. Eddings?
Absolutely. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, members of the board. My name is Kai M. Eddings, again, and I'm here on behalf of Jessica Duff. I think we should back up just a second. So just to give you a little more context, on April the 14th, Dr. Guest had a meeting with my client, Ms. Duff,
wherein he covered some concerns that he had. 2 weeks later, those concerns that were expressed in did I say August 14th? I mean April 14th. 2 weeks later, on April 25th, the concerns that Dr. Guest expressed to Ms. Duff in that April 14th meeting appeared in a letter of formal reprimand. And I think that the board should pay particularly close attention to the language used in that formal reprimand, because it's Ms. Duff's position that that letter of reprimand formed the basis of Dr. Guest's decision not to offer her a contract for the 25-26 school year. If you look at the last paragraph in that letter, I'd like to lift up some language. It says that this letter may also be considered when renewal recommendations are made. I sincerely hope you will seriously take the directives contained herein and make a positive out of this letter. Now, there are a couple things about the timing of all of this that I find curious, and I think that you should too. Under the district's grievance policy, Ms. Duff had a right to grieve this letter of reprimand. This letter's dated April 25th. On May 2nd, Ms. Duff requested a level 1 grievance. She wanted to grieve the April 25th letter of reprimand. Her level 1 meeting was set with Dr. Guest for May the 8th. It's level 1 meeting set for May the 8th. On May the 8th, during that level 1 grievance, the very first thing that Dr. Guest did was hand Ms. Duff a notice that he was not offering her a contract for the 25-26 school year. That's on May 8th, and that letter is dated May 7th. So, Dr. Guest made a determination 12 days after the April 25th letter of reprimand that Ms. Duff was essentially going to be fired. That's before she exercised any rights that she had pursuant to the Pulaski County Special School District grievance procedure. He's made a determination that she wouldn't get a contract for next year. And then on May 16th, Dr. Guest gets around to responding to Ms. Duff's level 1 grievance on May 16th, 2025. It's our position that Dr. Guest effectively on May 7th predetermined that he was denying that grievance. So it didn't matter what Ms. Duff had to say on May 8th in that level 1 meeting, because he had, in his mind, denied that grievance on May 7th by informing her that she wouldn't get a contract. Now, going to Mr. Beckett's argument that there's no procedure in the Pulaski County Special School District's policies for hearings such as this, I'd like to direct you to two documents. And I've been before this board before, and we've had an argument such as this, but I believe the last time I was here, I was representing a certified employee. But if you look at on page 107, and these are the personnel policies for classified staff for 24-25 school year. It talks about 107 of what?
He's talking about the handbook.
I'm in the handbook. Okay, but the board members don't have that. Do they not? I tell you what, I hadn't intended on making this an exhibit, but when I'm done with it, I will pass it around. It defines grievance on page 107, and it specifically excludes actions such as these. It says terminations of contracts for cause, suspensions because of a belief that cause for termination exists, and this is the language I'd like to lift up.
That's page 46, council, in our exhibit package.
That's okay, all right.
We have the grievance policy.
Page 46 in Mr. Beckett's exhibit pack. Okay, and Mr. Beckett's exhibit package does not have a plastic cover on it. Mr. Eddings does.
And no charge for using my exhibit.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Beckett. You've always been a gentleman. So as I was saying, the language that I'd like to lift up specifically says, and non-renewal of contracts are governed by statute with appeal provisions. Therefore, this grievance procedure does not apply to those job actions. Now, so what does that mean? Where do we go from here? If you recall, the last time I was here, there was significant discussion regarding an AG's opinion rendered by Attorney General Tim Griffin back on April 19th, 2024. And one of the specific questions that the AG considered in that opinion, he talked about hearings after learns. On the second page of that opinion, the AG says, although learns still requires notice and hearing if an employee is recommended for termination, it does not provide employees with the right to a hearing concerning the non-renewal of a contract or recommendation for non-renewal. So Mr. Beckett is correct that the LEARNS Act itself does not provide a mechanism for a hearing for non-renewals. But that is not the end of the question. It further goes on to say, nor does it require notice to an employee whose contract will be non-renewed. LEARNS doesn't require notice, but we have notice in this case, as evidenced by the May 7th letter that Dr. Guest drafted and delivered to Ms. Duff on May 8th. Then it says, thus, in general, a school need not notify an employee whose contract will not be renewed before letting the employee's contract expire. Although, what that means is, although Ms. Duff wasn't necessarily entitled to notice, she got it, all right? And then it talks about, on page 3, state law regarding grievance procedures. This opinion specifically states that LEARNS did not repeal Arkansas Code annotated 617-208. And that's why we're here tonight. And that statute requires each school district to have a written grievance procedure that allows all school employees the right to file grievances and have those grievances heard. So the question then is whether the non-renewal of the teacher's contract is subject to a hearing under 617-208. And the AG says that it would be subject to 617-208 if non-renewal were considered a grievance. And he goes on to say grievance is defined as any concern related to personnel policy, salary, federal laws and regulations, state laws and rules, or terms or conditions of employment raised by an employee. And then the AG says that this definition of personnel policy explicitly includes a teacher's employment and non-renewal. And given this broad definition of grievance, the non-renewal of a school employee's contract is almost certainly considered a grievance. Therefore, to the extent that a school employee knows about the non-renewal, it's undisputed that Ms. Duff knows about the non-renewal because she was provided notice of the non-renewal on June the 8th with a letter dated
June the 7th. To the extent that school employee knows about the non-renewal of his contract before the expiration of the terms of the contract, we've satisfied that too, because that contract does not expire until June 30. That employee could, in the AG's opinion, take up the non-renewal through the school's grievance policy as a grievance. And that's assuming that the grievance policy complies with state law. And that answers the questions whether a grievance hearing is available to an employee under Arkansas Code annotated 617-208. And for those reasons, we believe that the non-renewal of Ms. Duff's contract is properly heard by this board on this evening.
Do you need to respond?
Yeah, just two brief responses. Number one is, so essentially, Mr. Eddings' argument is that we should allow Ms. Duff on the day of the grievance hearing in front of the board, amend her grievance to add a new grievance, okay, without going through the process. And then the second thing I'll state is, Mr. Eddings referred to this Attorney General opinion that says that, school employees can use the grievance process to litigate non-renewals of contract. The only school district in the state that I'm aware of that allows such grievances is his client, the Little Rock School District. We don't do that in this district, never have to my knowledge, and I'm not aware of any other school district in the state that allows grievances on non-renewals of contract. So we believe that you should not allow Ms. Duff to pursue the non-renewal part of the grievance.
Mr. Eddings, I have a question. If she is going to grieve or try to grieve her non-renewal, does she not have to go through the earlier levels of the grievance procedure and take it up with the superintendent prior to bringing it to the board?
Thank you, Ms. Street. The answer to that question is no, and I think that the answer to that question is clearly addressed in the district's grievance procedure for classified staff that says that that terminations, non-renewals of contracts are governed by statute. Therefore, this grievance procedure does not apply to those job actions. So it's our position that according to you all's policy, she can go directly to 617-208, which says that at the point in which she makes the request to be heard, that the grievance shall be scheduled at the next regularly scheduled board meeting unless it's agreed, a different date is agreed to by the parties. And she made that request this morning, and so we believe it's timely.
Mr. Beckett?
No, I have nothing further.
Okay. Has the Pulaski County School District's policy been revised since the LEARNS Act was passed?
It doesn't look like it has.
Well, it doesn't look like it to me either, but, I mean, can we get a definitive answer on that?
It's not, but we have revised it, but it goes into effect on July 1st,
Okay,
not
so
now.
this policy does not comport with the LEARNS Act. Then my question, Mr. Eddings, if you look,
How do we make a determination that the policy doesn't comport with the LEARNS Act? I mean, based on what? Help me.
well,
I'm not
that's,
saying it does, I'm not saying it doesn't, but I just want to know the basis upon which you make that statement.
well, it looks to me like when they are referring to a statute, they are not referring to the LEARNS Act. They are referring to the two prior statutes that were still in effect at the time before LEARNS went into effect, which was teacher fair dismissal and school employee.
Does it state that, or are you reading that into the policy?
I'm reading that, I guess I'm reading that into the policy because it doesn't make any sense that you would send every other grievance through the grievance procedure except for the ones that were covered by fair dismissal and school employee,
Well,
that you wouldn't.
that's not an argument that Mr. Beckett has made, one. And, this policy could just as easily be read that it's referring to 617-208.
Well, I guess my concern is, I think the board, and let me ask you this, do you not think as a matter of grievability that the board is not gonna have to vote on this issue?
No, I believe the board needs to vote on agreeability. That's a preliminary vote that the board has to make.
And so, I'm not interested in, I'm interested in the board having all the facts in order to do that. Mr. Beckett, I guess I would ask you the same question that I asked him. And you're basing your position that non-renewal is not grievable upon what specifically?
Well, because number one, so first of all, I think this provision of the grievance procedure refers to when it says non-renewal of contracts are governed by statute with appeal provisions. I believe that refers to the laws that Learns repealed that gave certain protections to employees of school districts, both certified and classified, that were being recommended for non-renewal and required a notice of non-renewal to be provided to the employee with the right to request a school board hearing. That process was repealed by Learns, and no process was passed in Learns that replaced those previous laws. So basically, the school board has the right to not offer contracts to employees without giving employees the right to a hearing.
And Mr. Eddings, what statute do you think is being referred to in that paragraph?
Again, I think Mr. Beckett's doing the same thing that you're doing. You're reading language into the policy that's not there.
Okay, well, just answer my simple question. To
The
what statute is it referring?
My simple answer to your question is it's referring to Arkansas Code annotated section 6-17-208.
Which is the grievance procedure.
Which is the grievance procedure.
Well, it says that a school district has to have a grievance procedure, and this is the statute in the Arkansas Code that sets forth the requirements of grievance procedures, and then in the AG's opinion, it clearly states that although the non-renewal of a contract may not fit the definition of grievance pursuant to PCSSD policy, it fits the definition of grievance pursuant to the definition of grievance in the statute, 6-17-208.
So when we want to, we look at the policy, and then when we don't want to, we look at the statute?
Well, I'm saying that we can't look at the policy because the policy says that you look at the statute. That's what yours policy says.
It says a statute, right, governed by other statute.
Right.
So, and you've picked 6-17-208.
Which is the grievance statute.
Correct.
I think that's a
It's called a circular argument.
somewhat circular argument.
I would respectfully have to disagree.
I have a question. When was the non-renewal served?
On May the 8th.
Did it have anything to do with the grievance filed?
We believe that it does because
Did you put that in your documents?
I did.
What page is it on?
It's in the request for grievance hearing that Ms. Duff sent to the board president this morning. And just as I said,
So you don't have Mr. Guess's letter to her?
oh, the non-renewal letter, yeah, it's in the document, it is, I'm sorry.
Okay, where is that?
I misunderstood the question. It is on page 18. Well, Ms. Duff's position is, A, the letter of reprimand references the fact that the letter may be considered when renewal recommendations are made. And that was on April 25th. And there's going to be some testimony and even a recording that indicates that on May the 8th, when Ms. Duff thought she was showing up for a level 1 grievance hearing, the first thing that happens is she's met with a May 7th, 2025 non-renewal letter. And you'll hear Ms. Duff ask, what's the reason for this? And in response to that question, Dr. Guess recites language directly from the April 25th letter of reprimand. When she's there presumably to grieve the April 25th letter of reprimand, she's given what's effectively a termination letter. And we believe that.
Well, now, it's not a termination.
Well, a non-renewal letter, I'm sorry, I misspoke. A non-renewal letter. Before she's even given the right to exercise her rights through the grievance process. It's predetermined that the grievance is going to be denied, as evidenced by the decision of the interim superintendent not to offer a contract for next school year.
Okay, let me ask you another question. Following the May 8th meeting, and I guess maybe I should let you go through this, I wanted to see Dr. Guess's response to that. Did anything about his reprimands change after the May 8th meeting?
He, in the level 1 response, Dr. Guess granted the grievance in part and denied it in part. But overall, and this is a level 1 response. And then after that, he says that since I'm also your superintendent and your direct supervisor, my level 1 response will act as my level 2 response as well. So
Because there's no other levels between him and the board.
right, but I think that's curious because as I understand it, prior to this situation, the superintendent used a designee to hear level 2 appeals pursuant to the grievance process, but that wasn't done in this case.
I don't know the answer to that.
I'm anxious to know why. So
So a point of clarification, the grievance meeting happened on May 8th?
correct.
Because in the school district's letter, it says they met on May 9th.
That's a typo.
Okay.
If that's, I'm gonna take the blame for that. But the meeting happened on May the 8th.
So on May the 8th, she showed up for a grievance meeting that she scheduled and was served with a non-renewal letter during the grievance meeting.
Dated May 7th.
I would argue that Dr. Guest introduced the non-renewal into a grievance proceeding.
And I think that's what you're asking to be inferred. Okay, I'm still having a problem with, if the reference in the policy is to the grievance statute, which you said it is, then why doesn't she go through the grievance procedure? Because one of the very specific things the AG put in his opinion is that in order to be in compliance with LEARNS, you gotta go back and go through all the levels.
Well,
So So wouldn't she need to ask to meet with Dr. Guess about the non-renewal? Especially in light of his response to her, May 8th grievance, if he changed his mind about some of those things, which you're saying those two things are related.
I want to, I thought I had a copy of the statute here, hang on.
Did we not say that our policy is not in effect yet? That's gonna be
Correct.
lined up with the
Learns.
Learns Act?
Well,
That's what Mr. Delaney said.
so to answer your question, why Ms. Duff doesn't have to go back through level 1, 2, 3 before she gets to the board? The answer to that question is because the statute, again, says that this grievance procedure, this one, not the statute, but this one, referring to Pulaski County Special School District's grievance policy, this grievance procedure does not apply to those job actions, referring to non-renewal of contracts. So that those non-renewal of contracts are governed by statute, so.
Well, and the
that's why it's our
statute
argument
that you're referring us to is the grievance statute.
Right, and in that grievance statute, and I was trying to find it, because there's language in there that says that there has to be a mechanism that an employee can get to the school board to grieve a determination of the superintendent. So it makes no sense to go back through level 1 if it's a
Well, she goes to the board after she goes through level 1 or 2 or 3.
Well, I'm talking about under statute now. If it's a determination that she's trying to appeal to the board of the superintendents.
Well, if she were to go back and grieve the non-renewal, she'd go and talk to Mr. Guess, and then she would try to appeal that to the board. Is that not accurate?
If the non-renewal were covered by this policy, but this policy says those kinds of grievances are not covered by this policy. You have to look to the statute.
Okay, and then we go look for the statute, and then when you read the AG's opinion, he says if you don't go back to level 1, then you have not complied with the Learns Act in the sense that your policy and your policy doesn't meet the requirements of the Learns Act to be consistent with it.
Well, no, there are no requirements of the Learns. I mean.
Okay, well, what is he talking about then?
Even your lawyer says it, that Learns does not even speak to this issue whatsoever.
Well, then what is the AG talking about?
The AG is talking about 617-208.
Which you just sent us to look at.
He says.
As the referring statute.
Right.
And he says if we want to be consistent with 617-208, we got to go back and give them that first level meeting before you go to the board. Is that not accurate? And I'm not trying to argue either side of this case, but the board is fixing to have to make a decision about this, and they have a right for this to be clear.
He says the employee could, not shall, could, in my opinion, take the non-renewal up through the school's grievance policy as a grievance, assuming that grievance policy complies with state law. But here, that's not available to the employee pursuant to the district's policy.
Okay, and then what the AG's opinion says is how you fix that. You give them a level 1 meeting.
Where are you reading that?
Well, let me find the AG's opinion.
That, I mean, that
Okay, it
language-
says, for example, grievances related to non-renewals skip the lowest possible administrative level required by 617-208 and go to level 3 appeal for the Little Rock School Board. Is that different in this policy?
No, we're talking about the Little Rock School District policy now.
Okay, and
That-
how is that different from Pulaski County's?
Well, I don't have the school district's policy, with the Little Rock School District's policy with me, but, in the first part of that opinion, they're only talking about applicability of the Little Rock School District's grievance policy as of, 2024.
Okay,
If you go over to page 3 of that policy, of that opinion, and I think that's where the disconnect is, where it talks about, and that's where under the discussion, where it talks about, these various issues, separate and apart from the Little Rock School District's policy. It talks about hearings before learns. There's no applicability to, the Little Rock School District policy. It's just talking about
Background,
the state of the
context.
law. Hearings after learns. It then talks about the state of the law after learns. No applicability of the, policy of the Little Rock School District. And then the most pertinent part here is non-renewals and grievances. So, wherein it doesn't, it says nothing about requiring, an employee to go back through level 1.
Okay, and if you will look in the paragraph, it's the last large paragraph on page 4 of the AG's opinion.
Page 4?
Would you agree with me
Is that
that?
page 4?
On page 4, would you agree with me that the Pulaski County School District policy, as it reads today, not the new one that's coming in, but as it reads today, is missing something to make it consistent with 617-208, because it does not require somebody to go back through the earlier grievance steps.
Which one of these paragraphs are you talking about? I'm sorry.
The one that says about not updating the policy.
What is it? On page 4?
Yes, it says a court could find that the public school violates the LEARNS Act when it has adopted a personnel policy or incorporated terms concerning hearings and notice into a personnel contract that provides more rights than those under state law. So a public school should keep recommendations for renewals as it does other grievances under its grievance policy and begin at the lowest possible administrative level.
Can I approach so you can, I'd like you to point that out.
Okay, come on.
You lost me.
I know, I hate when people do that to me too. I spend all my time looking for where in the hell they are. Okay, this last little bit here.
Okay, I thought that's where you were. See, I think, if you look at the heading there, again, the AG jumps back to LRSD's section 3.23.
Okay, and here's
And
my
I
only
don't believe
point.
that has any applicability.
I don't think the Little Rock policy,
810 West Markham, but it doesn't have any applicability here.
I don't think the Little Rock policy complied with the LEARNS Act and complied with the grievance procedure statutory, and I don't think the Pulaski County procedure does either. So the way the AG is telling you to fix that, telling a school district fix that, is to go back to the lowest administrative level in order to fix the inconsistency problem.
So why don't?
And the problem originates because you believe when it says, refers to a statute, it's talking about 617-208, and I think Pulaski County is talking about fair dismissal and School Employee Fair Hearing Act, and Mr.
There is no.
Beckett, this is your argument you need to be making.
Who's on trial?
You're doing
You're
doing just fine, Ms. Street. But the problem is there is no 617, there is no, fair dismissal of fair hearing act. Here we go, right here.
Okay, all I need is for the board to have enough understanding of what their arguments they're making, that you know what you need to do, or, do you need anything else? So maybe what I need to do, first of all, Mr. Eddings, do you have anything else you want to say? I interrupted
Tell
you,
you
and
what,
I'm
if
so
you
sorry for
give me
that.
enough time, I promise you I can think of something.
Oh,
At
my.
this point,
Well, I'm making this unnecessarily long, so. Mr. Beckett, do you have anything else you want to say?
I have nothing further.
Board members, do you all have questions?
Y'all had the whole conversation going.
I apologize.
You lost me.
Board members, no one else?
Seemed like Mr.
Just
Edmonds
to
on
clarify,
trial.
the non-renewal was served in a grievance meeting. Is that correct?
I believe it was served prior to the grievance meeting.
This is what the testimony will be if you so choose to hear it, and this is what the recording will show. Ms. Duff requested a level 1 grievance meeting. She shows up for a level 1 grievance meeting, and Dr. Guess says, before we get started, I'd like to hand you this. This being a May 7th notice to Ms. Duff that she would not be offered a contract for the 25-26 school year. And then they commenced to having the level 1 meeting. But the first thing, before that happened, Ms. Duff asked Dr. Guess, well, I don't understand why, tell me why this is happening. And in response to that question, Dr. Guess points directly to some language contained in the April 25th, 2025 letter of reprimand. So, to me, that does mean that Dr. Guest invoked non-renewal during a grievance process.
So our grievance policy on level 3, Mr. Eddings, says the board, no later than its next regular meeting, will hear the grievance provided the request was received prior to the setting of the agenda. Do you think that that's applicable here? Because I know what the status of the agenda was at 10:47 today.
No, because again, your policy on page 107 says that this grievance procedure does not apply to those job actions, referring to non-renewals of contracts that it says are governed by statute with appeal provisions. So, I know it sounds silly, but for the non-renewal issue, we can just throw this document out. But for the letter of reprimand, absolutely, it applies.
Do we have a copy of the Burns Act, the law on non-renewals? Do we have that somewhere in all this that we have?
No, we don't, because the Learns Act, there's no replacement procedure for non-renewals. Learns simply repealed the previous law that existed that provided a process for non-renewals. And I will say, Mr. Delaney makes a very good point on page 47 of the district's exhibit packet, the level 3 section of the policy. It says that the board will hear the grievance provided the request was received prior to the setting of the agenda. Well, I don't know when the agenda was set, but we just got Ms. Duff's request to hear this non-renewal grievance this morning, which is a little bit late for the policy.
Couldn't that letter that I received today have been sent on 5/9, like as starting the process over? So why couldn't you have sent a letter, or why couldn't Ms. Duff have sent a letter on 5/9 saying, I'm grieving this now too? Why did we have to get all the way to 6/10 to establish that you want to grieve a non-renewal when she knew about the non-renewal on 5/8?
Well, one, because it's Ms. Duff's position that the letter of reprimand formed the basis for the grievance. And two, it's Ms. Duff's position that, because she was provided the non-renewal letter before she even had an opportunity to exercise her rights at level 1, Dr. Guest had already determined that the grievance was going to be denied, as evidenced by the non-renewal letter he gave her before the meeting started. So I guess the point is, no letter of reprimand. If the letter of reprimand forms the basis of the non-renewal, no letter of reprimand, then no non-renewal. And then third, so she thought she had her bases covered. Third, Mr. Beckett informed me yesterday that he was going to object to Ms. Duff, I believe the word he used, trying to bootstrap her non-renewal to her letter of reprimand. And just to make sure she was safe, she tried to make sure she was safe. She submitted the letter appealing her non-renewal this morning.
Okay.
But again, I think that, at least according to 617-208, it's timely, because that statute provides that the grievance shall be held at the next regularly scheduled board meeting. It was close, but technically it was before the next regularly scheduled board meeting, which is tonight. And I struggle to make that argument straight today, so yeah,
I'm going to struggle to keep it.
Okay, I have a question. Is there any type of paperwork where where Dr. Guest gave Ms. Duff verbal warning of all these different things that has happened? Because the problem I have with the district is that we wait until we want to get rid of somebody, and then we got a long rap sheet. So do you have like something that leads on the yellow brick road that said she did this on this day, I talked to her, but we have a problem with all of a sudden we'll just see everything they ever done when it's time for them to go. So is there any type of paperwork that said I gave her a verbal warning, and when she did this, I told her this was not right. Where's the paperwork?
Ms. Ward, I don't think you'll see that paperwork tonight. In fact, if Ms. Duff is allowed to proceed, what you will see is examples of Dr. Guest complimenting Ms. Duff's work, and you'll also see examples of even after Dr. Guest gave Ms. Duff the non-renewal letter, you'll see, I don't want to overstate the evidence, but you'll see at least one document where Dr. Guest asked Ms. Duff to draft a press release on his behalf. So I don't think that, I'd be shocked if there's any testimony tonight that Ms. Duff doesn't do good work. So the answer to your question, I believe, is no.
If we deny the Sword, I'm sorry.
To my surprise, I didn't even know I'm a part of all of this. This is surprising to me that an incident that happened with me is a part of all this. But just to let you know, I didn't know. But where's the paperwork? Where's the as far as HR? What are we doing as far as to say we writing people up? We're not writing them up. We just all of a sudden just think of everything they ever done and then say we ready for them to go.
Everything we have relative to the situation is in our exhibit packet.
That's a good answer.
Well, and feel like we're getting into things that will become apparent when you all go through your exhibits, you know, factual things.
Okay, so the board needs to make a decision on grievability of the non-renewal, right?
Yes.
So the motion would either be,
To do it or not do it.
to allow the non-renewal to be grievable or not grievable, right? So I move to make the non-renewal not grievable. So I've made the motion. Is there a second on not allowing the grievability of the non-renewal?
Second.
Dr. Tate has seconded. Okay. So this,
For the discussion.
Okay, and we're limiting that to tonight, right?
yes, at
For the
this
record,
hearing.
I think that when when the school district introduced her non-renewal into this current grievance, it made it allowable. And
Well, and the problem I'm
that's
having
just
is,
my opinion, it's board discussion now, not your discussion, so if we could just keep it to board members' discussion, that'd be great. I think we've snowballed people enough, and, this is ridiculous. That we
I
get
think
the
it was-
opportunity to serve somebody with a non-renewal in a retaliatory manner because they didn't like what my attorney wrote to them in a letter of reprimand. So.
I think it was all brought into play when, now had it been, she could have had her hearing, her grievance hearing without, oh, here you go, before you even get started, huh? We're not even gonna renew your contract. You brought that into play yourself. I don't think she should have had to write a letter and say, oh, I want that to be, no, because she was surprised. So I think we need to consider it.
Okay, other discussion? All right, the motion by me and seconded by Dr. Tate is to not allow the non-renewal to happen at this hearing. So deny the grievability of the non-renewal at this hearing. All in favor of denying it, which is siding with him, not him, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Okay, I have that 5-2, that we're denying the non-renewal aspect of this hearing. Does that get you through the threshold issue?
at this point.
Okay.
May I? So, the AG's opinion indicates that so long as the request for a hearing to grieve the non-renewal was made during the contract term, we've clearly complied with that provision, right? So does this vote mean that Ms. Duff gets a hearing at a later date? Just not tonight on the non-renewal issue? Or are you saying that it's not grievable at all?
I don't remember what I said, but what I thought is that we're talking about tonight, like, because the ask from the 1047 email, the AM email that was sent was, we want to be able to deal with all non-renewal issues in this hearing. And that vote says no to that letter.
All right. I'm just doing my job, so I'm gonna further complicate this matter.
I think we can deal with the issue that you're touching on at a later time. I don't think it's proper tonight. Any grievance on the non-renewal.
Right.
I think that's a procedure issue that we'll discuss.
Right, but before we let the train loose from the station, there was a position that the board intends to fill tonight. And I want to know before we get started how
having that non-renewal grievance here at a later date impacts that?
I think that could
Do
be
we hold that in abeyance as well?
That could be addressed at a later time.
What later time?
Can't you file a
When a
grievance?
decision is made by the administration on whether or not to process, the non-renewal grievance.
We don't take questions from audience.
No, no.
So,
We would ask that the grievance hearing on what we were here tonight start.
I just want to make sure I'm clear. So Ms. Duff will get a hearing on her non-renewal at a later date?
Oh, that was not what the motion was.
That wasn't the motion.
That
So-
motion, that we're not dealing with non-renewal issues in this hearing because it is a grievance about a letter of reprimand.
Right, I understand that, but the non-renewal, I understand that we, at this juncture, we're only here tonight to talk about the letter of reprimand. But there's been a request, to grieve the non-renewal.
To me,
Yes.
but I'm not the lowest administrative level.
Well, the grievance hearing, the grievance statute says that Ms. Duff has a right to have that heard before the board. And your policy says that non-renewals aren't covered by your grievance statute, which requires those grievances to be heard at the lowest possible level. There's no such provision in the statute.
So the administration found out this morning that Ms. Duff wants to grieve the non-renewal. All right, taking that on its face, the administration will have a response to that allegation, but it's not due tonight, and it's not something that should come before this board tonight, and the board has already made a decision and spoken on whether the grievance on non-renewal should come before the board tonight. It's not arbitrable, or it's not grievable in the context of the grievance on the reprimand.
How did they only know about it this morning if you told him about it a day or two ago?
Well, like any good lawyer would do, I was anticipating an argument that they might make, kind of akin to what happened last year in the McIntosh picturing grievances.
Okay.
Okay, can we make a motion that we can hear? I'm
The
sorry.
board voted in that McIntosh hearing that non-renewal was grievable.
Because it was disciplinary in nature, because Dr. McNulty wrote a disciplinary letter that said you did all these bad things and I'm non-renewing you for it. That's different here. You're bootstrapping that in as part of because he handed her a letter at the start of a meeting. Those facts were different. Because I was here and I remember setting that up for you and siding with you on that one. But he didn't discipline her with a non-renewal is, I think, going to be the reason this happened is because you said it started and then they went into the non-renewal. I know what you were trying to do, but I think the facts are different there because I don't see that as, this is disciplinary here. And it all occurred today.
Well, there's a lot of terminology in here that says perception and that people are responsible for the perception they provide. So was it your perception that the letter was disciplinary and the non-renewal was disciplinary?
Are you asking me directly?
Yeah.
I mean, I thought it was retaliatory.
So that's, according to Dr. Guest, the perception is what matters, right? You're responsible for your own perceptions?
We need to move on.
So can we make a motion, since the motion was made to not hear it, can we also add to that and say, can we make a motion that we'll hear it at a later date, or are y'all saying administration has to give her that decision?
To me, that's the administration's prerogative, Ms. Ward, is to if what happened this morning is intended by Ms. Duff to be a grievance, then the district will respond in accordance with the policy. And it may end up coming back before the board.
Okay, so why didn't we, go through that at first? Why didn't we look at making a motion whether we were gonna even hear it tonight?
That's what the board just voted on.
Yeah, I know, but I'm talking about after an hour. But I'm talking about why come we didn't hear that? Why didn't we vote on that in the beginning and we wouldn't have wasted all this time that, something that you didn't want to hear no way?
Because the lawyers, especially Ms. Duff's lawyer, continue to argue that the board should hear the non-renewal grievance time.
No, he was trying to, I don't know. It was like everybody was coming at him like he was on trial. I know you get paid for it, I'm sorry.
I was gonna tell you, Mr. Eddings and I have been practicing law alongside one another for 30 years. He doesn't feel yelled at by me. If he did, I'm sorry. I didn't hear you. You didn't intend for me
She
to.
treats everybody the same.
He said you're very nice to him all the time.
Oh. Let's move on. We need to, if we're gonna have this grievance hearing tonight, we need to grieve it. I understand you're looking forward to what might happen later tonight, but I think the board can take that into account when they make their decisions tonight in this hearing and in dealing with personnel. So, you'll know before it's tomorrow, but you may not know now.
Well, it's if administration meets the deadlines and we're not late again on some of these.
I can't hear what he said.
She can't hear you.
I didn't hear that.
That's okay. We'll play it back later.
People hate that. Are we ready to move on?
Let's move on.
Mr. Eddings, do you want to start on the grievance? Where would you like him to be? You want him to come down to the podium?
He said he gotta sit down.
Dr. Pickering sat there. Yes, remember he had back problems. He said he had back problems.
Is it okay for him to be where he is? Okay. Yes. Separate it out. We'll see if we need it.
Good evening again, Dr. Guest.
Thank you.
So you met with Ms. Duff on April 14th?
That's right.
You recall that?
Yes, I do.
And what was the purpose of that meeting?
To discuss some concerns that I had, get her reaction.
Because discuss some concerns that you had and you get
Yes.
feedback?
Yes.
Did Ms. Duff have a witness present during that meeting?
Did she have what?
A witness?
Yes.
And what was it that prompted Ms. Duff to bring a witness to that meeting? Was it a disciplinary meeting?
Well, she has a right to do so, and she knew that, and I informed her to make sure that she did.
Okay. On April 14th, was that the first time you had occasion to meet with Ms. Duff for disciplinary-related incident?
Well, I'd mentioned to Ms. Duff before in informal conversation that she needed to try and take a less aggressive route with board members and administrators, and told her in my country vernacular that she needed to stay out of the ditch and more in the middle of the road.
Stay out of the ditch and more in the middle of the road. Okay. So, you remember my question?
Do I what?
You remember my question?
No, I didn't. Say it again.
Was
I thought you were mimicking what I had said.
No. Was April 14th the first time you met with Ms. Duff? formally to discuss any disciplinary?
Formally?
Yes.
Well, I thought you'd ask about any incidents. It was the first time for me to formally meet with her.
Okay. Prior to April 14th, was there any, did you provide Ms. Duff anything in writing?
No.
Regarding, what you believe that her, performance or otherwise was?
No.
Okay. No written warning, anything like that?
I had talked to her informally.
Talk to her informally. All right. So, on April 25th, you met with her
That's right.
to formalize those concerns that you conveyed to her on April 14th, right?
That's right.
And that caused you to provide her with a letter of reprimand, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you told her in that letter of reprimand that letter would be considered when renewal recommendations were made, right?
That has been standard practice for me during my superintendency to always include in that last paragraph that this is an important event and there could be other consequences. That's for me, that's been standard practice as a superintendent for 25 years.
All right. So, and then you also say that, I sincerely hope you will take seriously the directives contained herein and make a positive out of this letter. Right?
Yeah.
So, as of April 25th, 2025, did you believe that Ms. Duff had a future here in the Pulaski County School District?
Did she what?
Have a future here in the Pulaski County School District? Because you say, hope you take these directives seriously and make something positive out of it.
Well, that possibility always existed.
Okay. So did you believe she had a future here after this?
I think that possibility existed. I had, as I mentioned in the letter, in the reprimand, there were several very serious concerns.
Okay.
And these are concerns that are examples of other incidents that had occurred. I think it's important to point out here that these capture difficult relations that Ms. Duff had with different groups of people in the district. She had an altercation with an assistant superintendent. She had a conflict with the director of operations.
An altercation?
An altercation.
How do you define altercation?
A pretty heated discussion in a cabinet meeting, and the assistant superintendent responded that it was not her job to tell her, the assistant superintendent, what needed to be done, that the assistant superintendent would handle it.
So a pretty heated discussion is an altercation?
Could be, yeah,
Okay.
sure. I think so.
How often, so what's the purpose of your cabinet?
Well, there are a lot of purposes to discuss what's going on, to talk about different problems, to discuss solutions, to look at what's coming, to make plans.
Okay. Exchange ideas, maybe?
Could be, yeah,
Okay.
sure. Well, that's the purpose.
Right. And sometimes in cabinet, what one member of cabinet may think is a wise solution, another may or may not, right?
I'm sorry, I can't quite hear you. Can you try that again?
So-
And I got the hearing aids up as high as they'll go.
I got you. So sometimes in cabinet, one member of cabinet may think an idea is excellent and another one may not, right?
That's true. There's a healthy discussion, yeah.
Healthy discussion.
Mhm.
What's that mean?
Back and forth.
Back and forth.
Ideas are talked about, yeah.
Okay. And some people may or may not believe in their ideas stronger than other folks may believe in their ideas, right?
Sure.
Okay. Is that an altercation?
Well, it depends on the nature of the encounter. It could be, yeah.
So
Dr. Warren was the administrator involved in this, and she got pretty defensive about Ms. Duff in involving herself in the development of practices and policies concerning yonder pouches.
Okay.
And she wanted I think she wanted Ms. Duff to know that she would take care of the matter of the pouches from that point on.
Okay.
And Ms. Duff can seem to continue to question that.
Okay. So just because Ms. Duff questioned her lack of involvement, that you characterize as an altercation?
I think Miss Dr. Warren saw this as an invasion of her responsibility.
I understand
which
that.
was one of the problems that Miss Duff had in my observation during my 6 months here.
I
That
understand
she
that,
seemed to inject herself
What
to an
I'm-
unreasonable level
What
in
I'm
the
trying
involvement
to
of other
understand is
people.
your characterization of it as an altercation. Have you ever used that word in describing Ms. Duff's conduct before tonight?
I don't know, but perhaps.
Okay. If an employee had an altercation with another employee, that's pretty serious stuff, right?
It could be, Mr. Eddings. It could also be a very heated argument that maybe got a little bit out of control.
Okay.
Doesn't involve anybody getting hit, could involve some exchange of words that are hostile and inappropriate.
Have you gotten into a pretty heated argument with a member of your cabinet before?
Not that I know of.
Really? Okay. So, going back to this April 25th letter, you tell her that that you hope she makes some positive out of the letter. So subsequent to April 25th, is there anything else that you dinged Ms. Duff with respect to not standing or laying or anything else
Is there anything I did what?
that you dinged her with
No.
before?
Not in writing, no.
Okay.
You know, I mentioned that I observed to her that she needed to try to moderate a little bit and not be so aggressive. Be careful about her relationship with board members, because I believe that was the particular nature of that conversation.
Which board members?
Any board members.
Okay.
Yeah.
So subsequent to April 25th, did you have occasion to make a comment to Ms. Duff regarding her interactions with other employees or board members?
Well, I did that before April 25th. Yes, it was sometime before that.
So nothing after April 25th?
Well, April 25th was the date of the reprimand.
I understand that.
And of course, the reprimand recorded those things.
Right.
My concerns.
I'm asking you, so in the letter of reprimand, you tell her that I sincerely hope you will take seriously the directives contained herein and make a positive out of this letter. My question is this, and only this: after April 25th, after you gave her that letter of reprimand, did you have occasion to have to admonish, comment, direct, instruct Ms. Duff regarding her interactions with board members and/or other employees?
After the reprimand, Ms. Duff's attitude was somewhat chilled. She was very careful to avoid contact with me, it seemed, if she could. And if we passed in the hall, we were congenial, but not overly friendly.
Okay. So is the answer to my question no?
Well, I thought that was the answer to your question.
My question was, after April 25th, did you have to admonish, direct, comment to Ms. Duff about her interactions with board members and/or other employees?
Her change in attitude after April the 25th was significant. No, I didn't.
You did not?
I did not, and I would declare that was a result of the reprimand of these issues and her defensiveness concerning them.
Okay, so you believe that because of your reprimand, that Ms. Duff's performance changed for the better?
I believe her attitude was quite chilled and, standoffish.
Well, I'm asking you about her performance now, though.
I think because of the change in her attitude, I think, she behaved differently,
She behaved differently. Is that
toward me at least,
differently better, worse?
differently.
Differently how?
Sometimes, I guess, in a better way. If you meet each other in the hall and you are congenial, I guess that's in a better way. If you pass in the hall and don't acknowledge each other, I don't think that's so nice.
Okay. So was Ms. Duff more congenial after April 25th?
At times.
At times. So, Ms. Duff sends you a letter on May 2nd, wanting to grieve your April 25th formal reprimand, correct?
Yes.
And you all meet on May 8th.
Yes.
And you give her a non-renewal letter dated May 7th, before
Yes.
that meeting begins.
Yes.
Why, if nothing happened between April 25th and May 7th?
Why would that have been done?
Yeah, you said she was more congenial. You said you didn't have to comment to her about her interactions with board members and/or employees anymore between April 25th and May the 7th. Did the fact that she grieved your letter of reprimand on May 2nd have anything to do with that?
Did the fact that she grieved my reprimand have anything to do with that?
Yes.
No.
Well, what happened?
What happened in terms of the notice of no contract?
Yes.
I had discussed the matter with HR. I discussed it quite some time earlier with Dr. Williams and Dr. Warren, both, that my intention was to not offer Ms. Duff a contract for 25-26.
When did you make that determination?
Sometime before this series of conferences and reprimands. I talked to them some weeks before these matters transpired.
So you talked to them, so you made the determination before you reprimanded her in April?
The conduct that I had witnessed was conduct that I thought was significant.
Did you hear my question? So you made the determination to not renew Ms. Duff before you reprimanded her in April?
I did not plan to offer her a contract for the 25-26 school year.
So I understand that. I mean, that's evident by the May 7th letter. So my question is, at the time that you reprimanded her in April, had you made a determination not to offer Ms. Duff a contract?
I had talked to Dr. Williams about it and discussed the LEARNS Act and the ramifications of the LEARNS Act that allowed a district to not offer someone a contract for the next year. We discussed the requirements of that, and I was leaning that way.
You were leaning that way as of April 25th?
What? I was doing what?
You were leaning that way as of April 25th?
The reprimand was an indication of the concerns that I had.
Dr. Guest, let me ask the question this way. On April 25th, 2025, when you issued Ms. Duff a letter of reprimand, had you already then determined that you were not going to offer Ms. Duff a contract?
I had determined that these
Please let me finish my question.
I had determined that these
May I
issues
finish my
were
question?
serious.
May I finish my question? Had you determined that you were not going to offer Ms. Duff a contract for the 25-26 school year?
I don't recall if that had been determined at that point, but the reprimand reflected the concerns that I had. It had been a topic that I had discussed with HR.
All right, so So we agree that as of April 25th, you don't know if you had made a determination, right?
I recorded the issues in the reprimand that I was concerned about, and those were significant.
I understand that, but you don't know if you had made a determination as of April 25th, whether or not to offer Ms. Duff a contract.
I think the non-renewal letter was not, or the not offering you a contract letter was not done until May the 7th.
Right.
And it was done at my direction by Dr. Williams.
Did you make the determination on May 7th?
Probably sometime prior to that. I don't know that it would have been made that day.
Okay, all right, so I nailed you down to a date. Let me see if I can get to the other end of the bracket. Sometime before May 7th. Was it after April 25th?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure?
No.
Okay. Was it before May 2nd?
Before May 2nd? I'm not sure. We had a conference, we had a reprimand response on that day, and her request for level 1 grievance.
So at the time of that she requested the level 1 grievance on May 2nd, had you made a determination that Ms. Duff wouldn't get a contract next year?
I don't recall.
You don't recall? So, why then make Ms. Duff go through this process? Why invite her to go through this process?
Which process?
The grievance process. If you had already decided at the time of the level 1 hearing that Ms. Duff wasn't getting the contract, at least from you, for the 25-26 school year, why are we going through this process? Why did you invite her? Why schedule a level 1 meeting?
She chose to request or to file a grievance. Well, it wasn't my doing. She chose to file that grievance, and we proceeded down that route.
Because you chose to reprimand her. So you had determined before that May 8th meeting that Ms. Duff wasn't coming back 25-26.
Well, the letter was issued on the 7th.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, but the meeting was on the 8th.
Well, you said I determined before the meeting on the 8th. Well, the letter was issued on the 7th, so it had to have happened before the 8th.
Right. Mm-hmm. Right. I understand that. We're in agreement there. So, but you predetermined before she even engaged in the grievance process, before she had an opportunity to engage in the grievance process, that she was not getting a contract for 25-26 from you.
I don't recall when that decision was finally made, or when it was initially made.
Well, let me ask a question to you this way. What's the purpose of the level 1 meeting?
To discuss differences, to discuss complaints.
To discuss complaints.
Uh-huh.
To hear Ms. Duff's side of the story, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
And that level 1 hearing was scheduled for May 8th. Right?
That's right.
And you said in your April 25th letter of reprimand that reprimand would be used as the basis for non-renewal, right?
I said it could be.
It could be.
It could be. That's
Yeah.
been my standard.
Turns out it was, though, right?
It could be. That's my standard practice.
It turns out that it was, right?
I'm not saying it was. No, I'm not saying it was. You're trying to get me to say that it was that. I'm telling you that that's a standard comment that I made, that we put into letters of that nature, and somewhere in the future the decision was made.
So tell me
It was
this.
made by the 7th because that's when the letter was issued.
Are you saying that it wasn't?
What?
Are you saying that the letter wasn't used to form the basis of the non-renewal?
I'm saying that it could. That's what's in there. It could be.
All right, so let me ask you this. So, you tell her in your April 25th letter that the letter could be used to form the basis of the non-renewal. And you've already agreed with me that the purpose of the level 1 meeting is to hear Ms. Duff's side, right? Right?
Yeah, yeah.
But at the time of the level 1 meeting, you weren't interested in anything that Ms. Duff had to say because you decided the day before, on May 7th, when you wrote the non-renewal letter, that there was nothing Ms. Duff was going to be able to tell you on May 8th.
She has a right to.
Please let me finish. There's nothing that Ms. Duff was going to be able to tell you on May 8th that was going to change your mind. Isn't that correct?
She has a right to the grievance meeting. And I think these are two separate issues.
That's a wonderful answer, but to a very different question than I just asked.
It's a very what?
That's a wonderful answer, but to a very different question from the one I just asked you.
Uh-huh.
You decided on May 7th that regardless of what Ms. Duff could have possibly told you on May 8th, you weren't changing your mind.
We issued her a notice that she would not be offered a contract.
Is that same thing as saying yes to the question I just asked you?
I think there are two different issues here. One is the non-offering, that is not offering a contract, and the other is a grievance.
Well, if the grievance formed the basis for the non-renewal,
it could.
It did.
It could.
It did.
Well, it could.
Well, let me
That's what's said in the paragraph.
Let me let you listen to something. I knew that. Can everybody hear?
Put this microphone close to the speaker.
Are we recording?
Yes, that's mine. Yeah, that
All
one.
right. The first thing I want to do is to give you this letter, okay?
I don't understand.
That's the letter that we're providing to people that we're not going to offer a contract to. So I'm not going to offer you a contract in 25, 26.
I don't understand. Is there a reason behind that?
Well, I think there is, and I think we've talked about some of those things. And the one thing that I think I could say that is best captured in this sentence is that events that we described in some of this work, some of these conversations, evidence a pattern of you exceeding your authority or the authority of your position, and at times circumventing the authority of other employees.
You hear that?
Sure.
You said evidence of pattern of you exceeding the authority of your position and at times circumventing the authority of other employees.
That's absolutely right.
Right?
Yes.
And that's language lifted directly from your letter of reprimand.
It is.
And you,
Because those are the performance issues that I identified in the letter of reprimand.
that you used to form the basis to non-renew this lady prior to her even getting an opportunity to tell you her side of the story in a level 1 meeting. Isn't that correct?
It is not necessarily correct.
Well, what's incorrect about it?
It is not necessarily correct.
Well, my question to you is what's incorrect about it?
Those are comments that I made in this hearing. Those are observations that I made about her conduct that I had observed in previous encounters with her. And I've already identified the fact that it involved different employees and elevated my concern regarding her performance.
Okay.
And her ability to get along with the people that she worked with without taking their responsibilities away from them and becoming the boss at hand.
Okay, now you just agree with me that
About
the purpose of the level 1 hearing was to give Ms. Duff an opportunity to tell her side of the story, right?
Yeah.
Is that still your testimony?
But
Is that
but
still
these
your-
are two different issues.
Is that still your
Hey,
testimony?
it is, but these are two different issues.
And then-
One
That's,
is-
hey, you all are talking over each
And
other.
she shows up.
Cayenne,
She
You're doing it.
shows up for the purpose,
too.
she shows up to the meeting, the purpose of which is to tell you her side of the story. And then she shows up to that meeting, and you've already determined when she gets there that she is not going to come back next year. And you use for a basis the language in the letter that she's grieving.
She has a right to a grievance hearing, and that right gives her the chance to meet with me and discuss the issue. And that grievance is one matter. The issuance of a letter that she will not be returning the next year is another matter.
Okay?
They're two different issues.
That's right. The letter that she's not returning next year, you use as, that you drafted using the letter of reprimand as a basis.
That is a
therefore, correct?
manifestation of the problems that had been observed by me and others.
Do you, Dr. Guest, do you think that, Ms. Duff was given, a real opportunity to utilize the grievance process?
She is using the grievance process right now.
Would you agree with me that you predetermined before that May 8th meeting that, regardless of what Ms. Duff could have told you in that meeting, the level 1 meeting, she wasn't coming back?
They're two different issues.
Sir, please listen to my question. Do you agree with me that you predetermined before that May 8th meeting that Ms. Duff was not coming back next school year?
She'd been issued.
Regardless
Yeah.
regardless of what she told you?
She was issued a letter, or the letter was prepared on the 7th. That's right.
Does Ms. Duff do good work, Dr. Guest?
In many respects, yes.
So your decision wasn't a decision based on, Ms. Duff's ability?
Ability, or you're differentiating between ability and performance? Or, is that right?
Her ability,
What?
her ability,
She has ability, yes. Her performance was the problem.
so what's, okay, let's talk about her work performance. Go with me to, let's start on page 68. You recall this is about the Lexicon and Mills partnership.
What did you?
Do you recall what this set of emails is about? The announcement of the
Where are you?
partnership
Yeah,
between Mills,
yeah.
Mills University Studies. Lexicon.
Yeah,
You recall that?
sure.
And isn't it true that around the time that you were thinking about non-renewing this stuff, you asked her to write a press release on your behalf?
That's evidenced here, yes.
So it wasn't because Ms. Duff doesn't do good work, right?
Ms. Duff does good work in many respects.
Okay.
In others, I have problems with her.
In fact, you told her that in those words. Go with me to, page 76. You recognize what's going on here?
Yeah, I know, yeah. I don't remember the particular exchange, but I see what's going on.
Okay. You and Ms. Duff are exchanging some verbiage, for, a public comment on behalf of the district, correct?
Yes.
And after you all finally agreed on the language, and she posts it, you tell her, you do good work.
I do.
You thank her,
Yeah.
right? So let's,
And I also believe that that comment that you brought up here, or that press release, is an example of a press release that has a neutral effect, as opposed to saying that anyone with a complaint against a board member needs to file an ethics violation.
now, Dr. Guest, that's not what Ms. Duff said, is it?
It's not. It's
Is
not
that-
what
is
she
that- is
said
that- is that
here.
another
Yeah,
example?
It's not what she said here.
Is that another example of you,
In fact, it's not what she said here, because these were my words
so let me,
that are an example of a neutral press release about a problem
Dr.
that
Guest,
doesn't incite further controversy.
Dr. Guest, Ms. Duff never invited anyone to file a ethics complaint against anyone, did she?
Yeah, well, I asked her if that could be interpreted as a leading
Did you-
statement, and she agreed.
Sir, my question is this: did Ms. Duff invite anyone to file an ethics complaint?
I asked her if
against
it could be a leading, if she could interpret that as a leading statement, and she agreed.
My question is this, and only this: did Ms. Duff invite anyone to file an ethics complaint against anyone?
That could be interpreted that way.
Is that another example of you sensationalizing? Because you said that Ms. Duff got into an altercation with someone in cabinet. Is that, I mean, do you tend to sensationalize things?
Hyperbole is occasionally a method of mine, but not in this case.
Okay. And do you do that to paint the picture in a light most favorable to your beliefs? You tend to do that?
I don't know that I do. I don't know about that.
Okay. And Dr. Guest, did you receive some letters of support from Ms. Duff?
Yeah, well, about Ms. Duff, yes.
You received one from Valerie Bailey?
Yeah, on district letterhead.
Okay. Now, and you admonished Ms. Bailey for that?
No.
You didn't? You sure?
Oh, no, I think I wrote her an email, yeah, and told her, yes, an admonishment, yeah, I did. I was thinking about a reprimand. I did not reprimand her. I did send her an email that questioned the wisdom of using district letterhead to write a supportive, a support document about her, and she also did it on school time, apparently. So I did admonish her. I did not reprimand her.
Did you, you said you did what?
I did admonish her. I would consider that an admonishment.
Okay.
But I did not reprimand her.
All right. So why is it that you chose to admonish Ms. Thompson and not Ms. Duff?
Well, I thought it was inappropriate for her to do that, and I issued the admonishment, and why did I not admonish Ms. Duff? About what?
About anything. Why'd you choose to memorialize it in a letter of reprimand?
I felt like the matters were very serious, involved different incidents concerning administrators, classified employees, and board members that evidenced a pattern of conduct that was unacceptable.
Pattern of conduct. Okay. So, you admonished Ms. Bailey for, you say the letter was sent from her district email address. Do you have an issue with that?
Did I what with that?
That the letter that she wrote supporting,
What came from a district, it came from a district email address.
did you take issue with that?
Well, I think it's a questionable decision.
So you took issue with that?
I think it's a questionable decision.
Okay. And you said you're particularly disturbed at the letter being on district letterhead, right?
I think that's what I said.
And then you said that,
I'm sorry,
these issues do concern me.
I'm sorry. In your defense, Mr. Eddings, they have a problem when people walk up on other people. I hear.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, they get nervous
I mean
about
no
that.
harm, I'm sorry.
Oh, I know about me.
Yeah, but they nervous. They like, why is he walking up on him?
Because I've got a document I want to show. I'm the least harmless individual in this room, I
Come on
promise
over
you.
here.
I know I'm a big dude,
I
but
can hear you better.
and that's why I was, and that's why I was moving closer
There
to
you
you.
go.
So, you also say, and I'll show this to you, I
Oh,
want
I
to.
remember it, yeah.
You also say that,
Counsel, what are you showing the witness?
I've got a present for you too, Mr. Beckett, I'm sorry.
Thank you, sir, man, I appreciate it.
I think I also point out that I have said many times, I am not an attorney, in quotes.
Right.
I say that often, don't I, Mr. Beckett?
Yes, you do, Doctor,
Yes,
yes.
sir.
And then you say that, that they seem to manifest, however these issues do concern me, at least they seem to manifest poor judgment.
That's right.
That's, and you're talking about Miss Bailey and her decision to, submit a letter on district letterhead from her district email in support of Ms. Duff, right? How many other folks you seen an email like that?
Like this?
Yes.
Only good managers.
Only good managers? Did you, you got an email from, Lonnie Allenbaugh from Robinson High School,
I think, I remember the name.
and that was on Robinson High School letterhead?
I don't recall that.
Well, believe me, it was on, and I'll show it to you. You don't have to take my word for it.
Well, if I had paid, if I'd have noticed that, I would have said the same thing about that.
So what made you notice, Miss Bailey's and not Miss Allenbaugh?
It was on the Pulaski County Special School District letterhead. It caught my attention.
What about, what about Dr. Farr, Maumelle? You recall receiving a letter from him on Maumelle High School
I
letterhead?
didn't notice it was on the letterhead, no.
You didn't notice
No,
that?
I
You didn't notice that big red hornet down at the bottom of the
It
page?
didn't catch my eye.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, Ms. Thompson exercised bad judgment, right? I'm gonna let you look at something else. Talk about these letters of, support. Let you see that. You know, Laura Monteverdi?
Yeah,
You know her?
yeah. I've watched her on TV.
You like watching her on TV?
I've watched her broadcast the news for years.
You think you would have liked working with her?
I think I mentioned in this letter that she had evidence, I've forgotten how I put it, but that she had been a remarkable example of good media work, and we would invite her application.
Okay. Did you have a problem with any of the media work that Ms. Duffy performed?
I was particularly talking to Ms. Monteverdi about hers.
I understand that, but did you have a problem with the media work that Ms. Duffy performed?
Obviously, I did, well, with the media work, what do you mean?
You tell me what you mean.
Well, I had watched this woman on TV. She is a TV reporter that for years has reported on different channels, and I had watched her do the news. I'd never watched Ms. Duff do the news.
Okay,
Although I understand at one time she worked for a news station.
So Ms. Monteverdi is writing you a letter, an email in support of Ms. Duff, right? And you say, it is awfully awkward to turn your letter of support around to request for help in filling the position. But that is what I'm doing. I've watched you for many years on local channels, and you are obviously a first-rate journalist and media personality. And you go on and you say, eventually, I would love to see you apply.
Yeah.
I guess that's too much to ask, right?
Yes.
And then you say, however, please encourage anyone you think to do the job.
I did.
Right?
You know, I said that in the body of the paragraph, that I knew she had a lot of contacts. PCSSD needs to hire someone that can come in and help the district move forward. The job pays well, second only to LRSD.
Dr. Guess, do you think that sending that email to Ms. Monteverdi was poor judgment?
No.
No?
No.
Okay. So what was the problem with Ms. Duff?
Well, I think I've evidenced that in the reprimand that I wrote. And I specifically evidenced 4 different problems there that seem to be manifestations of larger issues with principals, district level administrators, directors of different groups, and the problems that arose with the school board.
Let me ask you.
And the cabinet as a result of that.
Okay, let me ask you this. Who were the members of the cabinet that she had problems with?
That she had problems with?
Yes, sir.
Well, Dr. Warren for one.
Dr. Warren?
Curtis Johnson for another. Those were the 2 people that are manifested in the reprimand concerning her conduct regarding their work.
Okay. And was her problem with Mr. Johnson an isolated incident, or was it ongoing?
I don't know. I know that she changed a bid form that Johnson did not know about, and when he found out about it, he was concerned that bidders would think that he had been modifying bid forms to a significant nature.
Okay.
So that was a real concern for me.
So was that an isolated incident, or were there ongoing issues between the 2?
That's an issue that I don't know of others.
That's the only one that you know between?
I don't know of, I can't give you any specific other examples of any problem with him.
So as you sit here tonight, that's the only issue that you know of between Mr. Johnson and Ms. Duff, right?
That's a big issue, it was regarding Johnson, but it was changing a bid form that she should not have done.
Counsel cutting the witness off.
You're right, I'm sorry, go ahead.
It was Johnson, but it was a bigger issue that she unilaterally chose to change a bid form without consulting the person who had solicited the bid. And had he not just happened upon the change, he would not have known about it. And had the change been discussed in the HVAC community, it was an HVAC bid, somebody would have said, well, you know, Pulaski County is favoring so-and-so because they changed the bid to their benefit.
Dr. Guess, are you being hyperbolic again? Tell the board what the change was.
She changed the logo.
Changed what logo?
The Pulaski County logo.
From the incorrect logo to the correct logo.
She did, that's
so
right.
Tell the whole story.
It is the whole story.
Don't just tell part of the story that favors your position. Tell them the whole story.
There is nothing else to the story.
All right,
It was a modification of the bid form that Curtis did not know about, and it was an insignificant change, but it was a change. And if the HVAC community had become aware that we're changing bid forms out here, they wouldn't have said, well, was it a logo or did they drop $100,000 out of the bid?
So what would have happened if, so Ms. Duff changed the incorrect logo to a correct logo, right?
She changed the logo,
She changed an incorrect logo to the correct logo, correct?
as far as I know.
All right, so what would have happened if Ms. Duff allowed that incorrect logo to be presented to the board? Would there then be some questions as to why our communications director
Wouldn't
didn't
have been,
catch?
would not have been perceived as anything the district did. It would have been Middleton, it would have been the vendor that submitted the bid.
Okay.
Somebody would have said, well, the vendor didn't have the proper logo, big deal. But instead of that, she changed it and generated a problem with altering the bid.
What was the problem?
She changed the bid. She
How
changed the form.
was the bid altered?
She changed the form. And
Substantively.
anyone in the business that heard about it would not know that it was a logo. They might have thought it was $100,000.
Might have. So
They might have.
So who else on the cabinet that Ms. Duff had issues with?
She had a problem with Dr. Warren over the cell phone pouch.
All right, let's talk about that. So after you non-renewed Ms. Duff.
Well, I think I issued her a letter that
You
said she would not be getting a contract.
Correct.
I don't think we use non-renewed anymore.
You're absolutely right. Now, my apologies, I misspoke. You posted Ms. Duff's position and accepted applications, right?
That's right.
And who was on the selection committee?
Who was on the interview committee?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Dr. Williams would have to tell you. I can't remember. I know Mr. Freeman, Dr. Freeman was. Dr. Warren.
Dr. Freeman, Dr. Warren.
I can't think of who else. He can tell you.
So who selected those folks for the
HR.
participation?
Objection, this is totally outside the scope of the grievance.
I would agree with that. Sustained.
Well, let me ask you this, Dr. Guest.
Oh, I'm sorry.
If it were your intent to not offer Ms. Duff a contract for the 25-26 school year as Executive Director of Communications, why did you allow her to participate in the application process?
Objection, outside the scope of the
I
grievance.
agree. This is outside the scope.
Well, I mean, this all goes to,
Well, it's all going to non-renewal, not to
well, no.
the grievance hearing.
It goes to the sham grievance process. The
Well,
determination was made to non-renew this lady before she even took step one.
but that's the
exercise her rights under the
non-renewal argument. I mean, you need to talk about,
How is it not?
you need to talk about the substance of the grievance.
So we can't answer the question as to why she was allowed to participate in the interviews.
You can't ask the question about, no. I mean, you have to agree with me that this is more about non-renewal than it is grievance.
No. No. I think it's more about predetermination, that regardless of what Jessica Duff says, regardless of what Jessica Duff does, she's not coming back next year.
Well,
And
that is non-renewal, that's not grievance.
it's
It seems to me that the grievance,
predetermined that the grievance was going to be denied at the point in which,
but it actually turned out not to be. I mean,
Sure did.
he found for her and for her.
I disagree. The grievance is at issue here tonight. Will the grievance be denied or will the grievance be approved?
Jerry,
I'm sorry.
I'm
I'm sorry,
Mr.
I'm
Guest.
lawyering again, aren't I?
Well, my point is, the point in which, Ms. Duff attempted to have a level 1 meeting with Dr. Guest. He had already determined that he wasn't offering her a contract.
Well, you have made that point startlingly clear for the last hour. So I believe everybody's got that.
Everybody got that?
So, the grievance part of this is what he called her down for. Was that, did that happen? What was the response?
I'm gonna let Ms. Duff tell you about that.
Are you through with Dr. Guess? Mr. Beckett, would you like to cross-examine Dr. Guess?
Counsel through with his direct examination?
He's not through with, not with this, I think he's through with Dr. Guess. Are you through with Dr. Guess? Mr. Eddings?
Are you through with Dr.
Yeah, I'm
Guest?
sorry.
Okay. All right, I just have a few questions. Dr. Guest, could you turn to the administration's exhibit packet?
Well, I've got all sorts of papers here. Tell me what I'm looking at. I got my own.
Let me give you a fresh set.
Oh, I got them. I was just looking at my own. Go ahead.
Great.
The one with the yellow and the chartreuse and the blue lines on it?
Okay, so I just kind of want to go through the packet here so the board knows what we're dealing with. So, Exhibit 1 on page 1, pages are at the bottom. The page numbers are at the bottom. This is the April 2025 reprimand.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and then Exhibit 2 on page 6. The first page here is the level 1 grievance filed by Ms. Duff.
That's right.
And then the succeeding 30 or so pages is documentation and like a narrative from Ms. Duff detailing the specifics of her grievance, correct?
Yes, that's right.
Can I bring something to your attention, Mr. Beckett?
Certainly may.
My pages are out of order. I don't know if everybody's are.
Are they front and back?
They're front and back and, so that it goes 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, 5, 4. So,
Mine's good, mine's in order.
okay, well, I may be the only
Well,
one.
the numbers you should be looking at in this street are the 004
Oh,
The very bottom of the
part
page.
Yes, the big.
at the very
big-
bottom. You're looking at the page numbers of the actual original materials.
Yeah.
Well, mine go from 003 to 007.
Yeah, hers
Yeah,
is.
I think we've got a few
Uh-oh.
pages missing
Yeah,
from
that-
this one. Do
yeah.
you have another one?
I don't think it's missing. I think they're on over there. I think they're just out of order.
It's all right, we can,
I can re-put
cross
them
this
together.
out.
I just thought everybody's might be like that, but they're not. This is correct.
Okay.
I just got the bad one.
Sorry about that. All right, and so then, Dr. Guest, let's flip over, did you answer the question? The 30 or so pages following that one page on page 6, that's a narrative and documentation submitted by Ms. Duff in support of her grievance.
Correct.
And then on page 37,
Yes,
are you at 37?
yes.
Okay, that looks like a 8-page document that was signed by you and then provided on page 44 to Ms. Duff.
Yeah,
Is that correct?
yes.
So what is this May 16, 2025 document supposed to be about?
It is the level 1 grievance response.
Okay, the response to Ms. Duff's level 1 grievance.
Correct.
And then page 45 is Ms. Duff's request to go to level 3
Correct.
to the board because there's no need to go to level 2 since you're also the immediate you're the superintendent in addition to being
That's correct.
So level 1 and 2 is essentially combined.
Yes, sir.
All right, so just a quick question about the May 16 level 1 response on page 37 and following.
Uh-huh.
There were 4 or 5 or several discrete incidents, if you will, that were part of the original write-up,
Yeah,
correct?
that's right.
And then you addressed Ms. Duff's grievance regarding those separate discrete incidents
That's right.
in this letter, correct?
That's right.
But in your mind, was there a theme or a pattern of work performance misconduct that you had an issue with?
There was. And I mentioned that yes, there was. I believe the incidents that we're talking about, when taken together, evidence a pattern of her exceeding the authority of her position and at times circumventing the authority of other employees.
And did Ms. Duff's actions create dysfunction within some members of your leadership team?
Significant dysfunction.
And that's why you issued the write-up?
That's correct.
Thank you. No further questions. The board may have questions of you, or Mr. Eddings may have further questions.
Mr. Eddings, do you have anything else in response?
Dr. Guest, who is Kristen Herring?
She's a lady that works upstairs in the Learning Services Department.
Okay. At some point, was Ms. Herring the superintendent's designee to hear level 2 issues?
Yes.
And when did you discontinue that practice?
Well, when I dealt with the grievance here that Ms. Duff had issued, I felt it best to bring this right to the board. I thought it was an important issue, and handling it in a timely manner was important. So skip the hearing officer and come straight to the ultimate hearing venue, the school board.
So is Ms. Duff's grievance the only occasion that you skipped review by the hearing officer?
I've only had 2 grievances that I'm aware of, and the first one I did not skip. I followed the outline in the grievance policy.
Okay, so you only had 2 hearings, and the first one, you did not skip the hearing officer's review.
Mhm.
And for Ms. Duff's circumstances, you chose to deviate from that process and come straight to the board.
That's right.
Why?
I thought it was more important to get it before the board and let them resolve this. My time here is running out, and I thought trying to get this done before I leave June 30th was an important issue.
Was this one of the things that you were sent here to make sure gets done?
No, no, certainly not.
What's the rush? I mean, why have you got to get this done?
Well,
before
I just think it's just like Mr. Delaney mentioned earlier. I'm trying to help them with the Jacksonville Elementary issue as much as I can, and I just think it's my responsibility to do all I can for the district. This is an issue that has surfaced, and I think bringing it to a conclusion is a reasonable goal.
So, how much delay would there have been as you used the hearing officer?
I don't have the timeline, so I'm not sure. I don't know.
Would there have been any delay?
Well, yeah, there are timelines following each one of the steps. Grievance, the initial grievance, the hearing. There are timelines regarding all of those, and different windows of time that can be during which you can access the next level.
So it's your testimony that you skipped the hearing officer's review in this case because you wanted to hurry up and get this issue before the board?
I thought it needed to be resolved, and I thought it would eventually wind up here, so I said, let's just, go forward.
So why do you, on what basis do you believe that it will eventually wind up here if you use a hearing officer?
I just think it's an issue that has very complex parts to it, and that, it would wind up in front of the school board.
So you took it over to make sure it got here, right?
I did what?
I said you took over the process, the hearing officer process, to make sure it got here before the school board, right?
Well, I didn't take it on. I think we just skipped that step, and because I am the superintendent and the immediate supervisor, so we skipped that step and came here.
So you skip a step in the grievance process, you deviate from the process that you used before, you predetermined prior to the level 1 meeting that
Mr. Eddings?
your non-renewal is up, right?
I didn't think this meeting was about non-renewal. I thought this is about the grievance.
I'm very well aware what the meeting's about.
Yeah.
I'm just asking you if anything I said is untrue.
Well, say it again.
Mr. Eddings? Let's don't beat this horse anymore tonight.
I don't have any more questions for Dr. Guest.
Board members, you all have questions for Dr. Guest?
I have one question. I'll make it real quick. In the question of, the 2 grievances that were brought to you, the other one, was it also of somebody in your cabinet, or was it somebody lower, do you say lower level?
No,
or-
it was also a cabinet member.
It was also a cabinet.
I didn't hear that, I don't know if anybody else did or not.
He said it was a cabinet member.
Okay.
I have a couple questions. You emphasized speeding up the timeline, like, wanting to make sure that everything happened in due time, right? Is that correct? Yes or no? Was it correct?
I didn't completely hear you.
Did you state that you wanted to make sure that everything happened in a timely fashion?
I thought that
Okay.
if this was something that I had begun, I should, try to.
For
bring
the
it
sake of time now, we
conclusion.
can just do yes or no. So with that concern, is there a reason why you missed the date on the response for the level 1?
I don't know that I missed it.
You did. They had it on the 8th. You should have replied, if you go by 5 days, you should have replied much sooner, but if you go by 5 business days, you still should have replied by the 15th, and you didn't. You didn't respond until the 16th. So why is that?
I don't know. I thought it was within the timeline.
It wasn't. But your answer is, I don't know. Is that correct?
I'm not aware of the reason,
Okay, so that's a yes.
and I'm not aware of the reason.
So if it was predetermined, the verbiage that you use, the boilerplate verbiage, that's insincere? Like you're just covering your bases?
It was predetermined what?
That you weren't going to let her have an opportunity to make amends for what you reprimanded her for?
It was predetermined that I did not give her the time, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
I don't think he's hearing you.
I think he just repeated my question.
Well, I didn't hear all of it. Predetermined? Yeah, I don't know that it was predetermined.
Okay. But you would say that your verbiage in the letter is sincere, or it's just boilerplate, and that's what you just send out to everybody?
You're talking about the part that says this could be used?
The part that you said you use in every single letter that you send out.
Well, it's good business.
Is it, if it's insincere?
Well, it has a level of integrity that's essential in a letter like that.
We'll disagree on that. So how many cabinet members do you have?
I think when I got here, there was about
How many
15
do you currently have?
I think 7 or 8.
7 or 8?
9? 9.
So you have 9 cabinet members. She allegedly had an altercation with 1 and a disagreement with 1. So 2 out of 9?
Yes.
Were you under any pressure to write her up for that?
Right. Her, Ms. Duff?
Who else?
Huh?
Yes, Ms. Duff,
Yeah,
that's who
no,
we're here
no.
about.
Pressure? No.
No?
No.
So it just so happens that 2 cabinet members that have sued us or are suing us have issues with her, and then you reprimand her?
Well, that had nothing to do with it. That
Okay.
had nothing to do with my decision. Absolutely.
Did it
nothing.
offend you that she issued a grievance against you?
No. Did it offend me? No.
No?
No, I've been around doing this 45 years. I recognize,
Well, you bragged that you only had 2 grievances.
I recognize that not everyone is going to be responsive to my leadership.
Especially if they're performing well, but they don't get along with people that you get along with.
That hadn't got a thing to do with it.
Okay. So when you stated that starting before the 25th, you were already consulting with Dr. Williams and Dr. Warren about her reprimand and possibly not offering her a contract, is that right?
Warren, Williams, of course.
It's yes or no, sir.
Williams is HR, and
I know
Warren
that.
is Assistant Superintendent, so I thought it appropriate to talk to them.
You thought it appropriate talking to the woman that she had a altercation with about her continued performance and future in the district?
She's Assistant Superintendent. Her responsibilities
So the
are as
person that
Assistant
she had an
Superintendent.
alleged altercation with? I just need you to answer the question and then I'll stop interrupting. Yes or no?
I thought it appropriate.
Yes or no?
I
For someone making so much money, you don't take direction very well.
I don't. Maybe I need to make more.
Maybe. So, it is when it's a yes or no question. It's very much.
If he's giving
It's
responsive
yes
answers,
or
that's
no.
fine.
Okay, and you can
Hey, y'all
respond
hold
to
off,
other people.
Hold off on Eli.
Yeah.
You're too aggressive. You're not asking questions, you're arguing.
Oh,
They already
sorry,
came to their
Dr.
decision.
Tate. All the smart questions that you people ask sometimes, and you're worried about mine. So
Mr.
my
Keller,
final question.
Mr. Keller,
My final question.
I assure you, I had not made any connection between Ms. Duff and litigation or anything that you've suggested here. It wasn't because
I wasn't
somebody
suggesting, I was
told me to
asking.
do it.
So, how many board members have you personally spoken to about Jessica Duff and her performance and her history with the school district?
Mr. Delaney, because he's the board president, and I want to be sure that we talk a lot.
Okay.
And I try to keep him informed of what I'm thinking about and what's going on.
How many?
Mr. Delaney, and I don't know of any, I don't know if I've talked, have I mentioned Jessica Duff to other board members? Probably every board member.
No, not to me.
No, not
No, not me.
No, not
Yeah.
to you or, not to Ms. Ward or Mr. Keller.
Mm.
But I probably have
everyone else
mentioned
you've spoken
Jessica
to
Duff
about
to
it?
others. I mean, I spent time exploring the incident in the newspaper and the incident that was filed in a police report with other board members. So I had to talk about Jessica Duff and those.
Yeah, I'm specifically asking about her performance and history or future with the district.
Had I told them that had I asked them if I should
What?
fire her? No. I don't know what you're suggesting I would have talked to them about.
I'm just asking how many you've talked to.
I talked to at least 3 of them because 3 of them were involved in the issues of this reprimand.
Okay. That's all the arguments that I have. Thank you.
I was involved with the reprimand. Not once did you call me and say, Ms. Ward, I wasn't there in executive session, but I do see that there was a police report filed on you. Can you just give me your side of the story? Not once did you call me. but back to your case. How many of the cabinet members had you had to reprimand while you was here?
Another, Ms. Duff and another.
Okay. Okay, so, who is Beverly Johnson?
I don't know. Beverly Johnson?
Yeah, did I get the last name wrong?
I don't know.
It's somebody you recommended to come in the district to look at the HR.
Beverly Williams.
Okay, Williams. Who is that to you?
Who is that to me?
Uh-huh.
Okay, is he on trial, or is this?
Hold on,
That's
hold on.
not even that.
Why y'all just?
I'm just
Hey.
gonna say, you're bringing up people's names that are public figures, and you need
Oh,
to
is
be
that a
very-
public figure?
Mm.
I was asking him a question. See, y'all got it all mixed up, but I'm
No.
gonna
You're
go
just
ahead and
going-
put back
going down a
because
different road.
when I say something, y'all feel threatened, so let me chill. But I'm gonna say what I wanna say. Who is Beverly Williams?
She was doing a study of employees in the district.
Okay, so Beverly Williams' conduct. So did you have to reprimand Beverly Williams, somebody that you recommended for the
She wasn't an
district?
employee. She was a
Consultant,
consultant.
okay. But you recommended her,
I did.
okay. Can you tell us what you reprimanded her about?
I didn't reprimand her. I terminated her.
Okay. Okay, because I seen a letter that was written by somebody that knew what she actually done, that reported it.
I did not reprimand her. She was terminated.
Okay. Okay, because what I didn't like is the fact that she mentioned she was here sent on a mission because there was too many African Americans in leadership positions.
I don't believe that. I've never seen anything like that. Would not support that.
Okay, that's fine.
Board members, any other relevant questions?
It was relevant.
Related to
Y'all got it bad.
grievance?
I just have one follow-up if the board doesn't have any further questions, and it's brief, it's just in response to one of Mr. Keller's questions. Dr. Guest, would you turn to page 37 in the district's packet, the administration's packet?
You got it?
Thank you.
Yeah, I got it here. Okay,
You there?
yeah.
And I asked you about this earlier, you testified it was the level 1 grievance response that you submitted in response to Ms. Duff's grievance on May 16th.
Yeah.
And Mr. Keller asked you some questions about the timeline, saying that you thought you may have been outside the timeline.
Yeah.
So it looks like, according to the first 2 paragraphs of your letter,
Yeah.
April 25 was Ms. Duff's reprimand.
Yeah.
Ms. Duff, you received the grievance on May 5,
Yeah, that's right.
okay?
Yeah, but it was dated May the 2nd. That's correct.
Dated May the 2nd, but you received it on May the 5th.
That's correct.
Then you met 4 days later with Ms. Duff. Is that right?
Yes.
Because that's what it says here in the
Yeah.
second paragraph.
Yeah.
And then 5 business days later was May 16 when you issued the response.
Yes.
So you believe you're within the timelines and agreement?
Yes. Yeah, that's right. I'm glad you pointed that out. Thank you.
No further questions.
So just out of curiosity, somebody just handed me an email between you and Karen Maynard. Was it you that had the issue with PCSSD employees sending emails, or was it Karen Maynard that had an issue with it?
I don't remember. I don't know.
You don't remember? Because you testified that you took issue with it.
I'm sorry?
You testified that you are the one that took issue with it, but here's an email about Karen complaining that we're paying people to lobby for someone's job now. and then you discuss that, and that we will post the position today. Jeff wants to get someone in place ASAP.
Yeah, okay. I don't know what the point is. What's your point? What's your question?
Well, that you testified that you took issue with it, but now you're saying you don't know if it was you or it was Karen.
I took issue with what? You said it. I took issue with what?
Employees using their employee district email.
I did, but I didn't, as Mr. Eddings had pointed out, there were several that I didn't pay attention to. If I had of, I would have been as equally concerned. But I think, Ms. Bailey's, it was just a blaring, PCSSD logo. So, yeah, if I had thought about it with other employees, but, I got a number of supportive emails and I didn't pay close enough attention to them, I guess.
So just say, is it you that wants to get rid of her and someone in here ASAP, or is it Jeff?
Do I want to get rid of her as ASAP? I don't know what your point is.
It's one or the other. Either you want to get rid of her quickly and get someone in the position, or Jeff wants to.
Well, if she was going to be, we posted the job so that we could solicit applications and see who would apply and see what kind of applicant pool we had. It was important to get somebody. Jeff mentioned it was an important position, and he wanted to be sure that he started July 1 with someone in that position.
Thank you.
Mr. Eddings?
A couple more questions. Dr. Guest, you, since you've been here, you call yourself a short timer, right?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Then, did you have any discussions with, the incoming superintendent before you made a decision that Ms. Duff wouldn't be offered a contract for the 2025-26 school year?
I probably,
The point of the board's vote early on was that the non-renewal piece is not great.
Well,
Denied.
my point is, Dr. Guest injected non-renewal into the grievance process.
Well, my concern is that the reprimand was all leading up to getting rid of her. So I'm focused on the communication leading up to why reprimand somebody for stuff that's not serious.
With all respect, the board's spoken on that issue.
I'm
I think we
gonna
should.
sustain the objection. I mean, this is, we've been over and over this.
Well, let me ask you one more question, Dr. Guest. You remember, you admonished Valerie Bailey, right?
that's what I called it, yes.
And that email or letter stood out to you, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you didn't notice the others, right?
I didn't pay, yeah, no, that's right.
Isn't it true that you paid particularly close to Valerie Bailey's email because Valerie Bailey is the employee that accompanied Ms. Duff to her disciplinary meeting?
No,
You certain about that?
I'm positive about that, yeah. I respect the process and know that an employee has a chance to have a witness. I have no problem with that.
Is it coincidental that you remember Valerie Bailey's email and not notice the others, from the principal at Maumelle High, from the librarian at Robinson High School?
Is it coincidental?
Yeah.
All I know is that if you're suggesting that I admonished Bailey because she was the witness, that is not correct. I have no problem with employees bringing witnesses if they feel uncomfortable coming alone and want to bring someone to be involved in the meeting.
Alexis Peters, you know her?
Who?
Alexis Peters.
I don't think.
You don't know her? Emily Powell.
No.
Emily Powell Carpenter, you know her?
No.
They also use PCSSD letterhead. Did you admonish them?
No.
employee that shows up with Jessica Duff to her disciplinary meeting, right?
The only employee that I admonished was Ms. Bowie.
And she was the only employee that joined Ms. Duff at her disciplinary meeting.
She was the employee that Ms. Duff brought with her.
All right, thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, do you all want to make closing statements, arguments?
34 minutes, 33 minutes.
34,
You're being generous.
I do.
I'd like to call Ms. Duff.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I had him like 70 minutes, including redirect.
Well, he didn't count the initial part when we were arguing about.
No, I'm not even talking about that. We started the hearing at 8:45.
Timekeeping says I've got 34 minutes.
8:50, and he went until 9:50, until I got to start crying.
Got him at 56 minutes.
Okay.
You want to stay here? I'll sit here.
Make sure there's a mic so we can hear her.
It's right here.
Oh, okay.
All right, Ms. Duff. How long have you been employed by PCSSD?
I'm in my 7th school year with the district. I started in October of 2018.
Have you been evaluated this year?
I have not been evaluated yet this year.
Evaluated this year. Were you evaluated last year?
Yes, sir.
All right, go with me in that, book of documents, page 59.
Yes, sir.
Is that your most recent evaluation?
It is.
Yes, sir.
Since your evaluation for the 23-24 school year?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you agree with me that in this evaluation that all of your, ratings are either exceptional or satisfactory?
Yes, sir.
All right. Go with me to page 62
Okay.
and tell us what that is.
My evaluation for the 22-23 school year.
And again, you agree with me that all of your ratings for that evaluation are either exceptional or satisfactory?
Yes, sir.
All right, now we'll get one more year. Page 65.
The evaluation for the 21-22 school year.
And you agree with me that all of your ratings for that school year are exceptional?
They are, in fact.
All right. So, Ms. Duff, I want to talk about the issues contained in your letter of reprimand. Go with me to page 7, your response. And let's start with the issue related to the August 8th, 2025 news report. I want you to bear in mind, we don't have a whole lot of time. I want to make sure we cover everything we need to cover. Let's not linear, okay? You sent a text message to your cabinet.
Yes.
Why?
On April 8th, we had our board meeting that ended with some frustration between some board members. And the next day, since a police report had been filed at that board meeting, I received requests from media for comment regarding the police report that was filed. So as per process procedure that we've done in the past, when media are inquiring about people of our board or cabinet members or administrators, I alert the cabinet via group text just to inform them of what's going on. So I let them know that media were inquiring in regards to the police report that had been filed, in which Ms. Maynard had identified Ms. Ford as a threat at that meeting.
Okay. Now, the police report doesn't say that Ms. Maynard identifies Ms. Ward as a threat.
She initiated the call to police saying that she felt threatened by some of the actions that happened in the meeting. However, the police report was summarized by saying that the person who took the report did not feel it was a threat, but they would keep the report on file for informational purposes.
I guess my point is, the police report doesn't contain that exact language, but, I wanna delve into it just a little bit. Go to, I'm running the clock out, hang on. It's 29. So,
Oh, yes.
Dr. Guest, in his letter of reprimand, says that, basically you, before sending a text message like this, make sure you have all the facts and present them accurately, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so go to page 29.
Okay.
And the very first line was the officer's name.
I, Deputy Winston, was given a name and number in reference to threats in person.
So the officer received a report that threats had been made.
Yes, sir.
And then later, in that document, it indicates that the officer advised Ms. Maynard that, the incident that she described, at least according to the officer, was not considered to be a threat, right?
Correct.
All right, so what was inaccurate about your text message?
Nothing?
Okay. Let's go back to your response on, page 7. So, did Dr. Guest have a problem with you informing the cabinet of the police report in the first place?
In his opinion, he told me that by sharing that information in the cabinet group text, that I was increasing volatility amongst the board. Although the message was intended for cabinet, it wasn't shared with anyone in the board.
Outside of the cabinet?
Correct.
So what's the purpose of you sharing this, this text message with the cabinet?
Like I said, when media make inquiries as it relates to the district's perception in the public, I let cabinet know what's going on so that they can be aware of those questions that are being asked, because it relates back to the district's image.
Okay. And who else did you inform?
In this case, no one.
Did you show the police
Oh.
report to Valerie Bailey?
Yes, I did also, yes.
And who's Valerie Bailey?
Valerie Bailey is, our public information specialist in the communications department, and just so happens to be the witness in my meetings.
And what was the point of you showing the report to Ms. Bailey?
Because it was part of my, reprimand.
No, what was the point of you showing?
Oh, we had a FOIA request for the police report, but we didn't own it at the time.
Okay, so the district received a FOIA request for the report?
Yes.
And you had a report and you showed it to Ms. Bailey to allow the FOIA request?
Well, she was not able to send it since we the police report was created by Pulaski County Sheriff's Office, so we redirected the people over there. I showed her for frame of reference about what was going on.
So let's talk about the second, event in your, let's stay on that. The newspaper article of February 12th, 2025. Talk to the board about that.
We had a board meeting on February 11th, and at that board meeting, we had several members of the public come and speak and share their thoughts on a statement that was made by a board member on a social media platform, at which point I was asked by a reporter, how can this board member be held accountable if the district can't punish them or discipline them? And I let that reporter know that if the public wanted to do anything, they would have to file a civil complaint with the Ethics Commission. That's the information that had provided to me since they're publicly elected members of the board, that's the only route for information to be shared.
So what specifically was the question posed to you by the news report?
If you can't fire the board member or discipline the board member, how can the public hold this person accountable?
Did you invite anyone, news reporter or otherwise, to file an ethics complaint
No,
against
sir.
the board? Would you
No.
have done that?
No, and if I may use Dr. Guest's words that he argued just a few minutes ago, the difference between could versus would. When he tried to argue, he used my words against me in this same state where I answered in the reporter's article that he or she could file a complaint, not that they should.
Did you take some issue with the way the reporter reported your words?
I did inform her after the article ran that it might be considered leading, and the reporter apologized because that wasn't the intent, because the statement was just simply the facts of me answering the questions, that could be done, not should be done.
Okay, and did you communicate the same to Dr. Bennett?
I did.
Okay, and how did he respond to that?
He said it was not the fact of the matter that I needed to be able to account for anyone's interpretation or perception of my responses to the media, and be prepared to always assume how somebody might interpret my words.
Okay, and how did you take that?
Not lightly. I don't agree with it. I don't think that is necessarily the responsibility. I answer per the code of ethics that I follow through the National School Public Relations Association and the Public Relations Association of America, with answering everything ethically and honestly and with integrity, and I feel like that's what I did.
Okay. Let's move on to the next issue involving the Cato Elementary Facebook post. Tell the board about that if you would. So this happened on Monday evening, March 3rd?
Yes, on March 3rd, there was a post on a private Facebook group where a parent anonymously posted complaining about a statement that a fifth grade elementary teacher said that was derogatory toward the race of her child. And she was very concerned about what was said and wanted to know if she should go to the teacher or if she should go to the principal to address the matter.
At this point, did you know the identity of the school, the teacher, or the school district?
No, sir, I did not. This was kind of early on in the afternoon on March 3rd. I commented on the post just as a citizen and commented that not knowing the district that it was, that there's always a reporting process, and said in the district that I work for, the process is always to let the teacher know and the principal know, and then there's a chain of command. And later on in the day, when I'm following comments and everything, I always sort them by numerical order, so I'm following the process. The anonymous person came back in the comments and said that she decided to go ahead and email the principal directly. So at that point, I knew that the principal had been contacted. That evening, probably around 9 p.m., I had a friend send me a message and let me know that it was PCSSD, the anonymous person, not revealing her name or the school, just identified the district. And I was tagged with that identification of it being PCSSD. So I told her that if she...
Tell you, and I think this part's important, so your friend told you that it was a PCSSD school, right?
That it was that was the district, yes.
It was, it was in the Pulaski County, but did she identify the school?
No.
All right, so as of 9 o'clock on Monday, March 3rd, that evening, you knew it was PCSSD, but you had no idea what school.
Correct.
What school, right?
Correct.
All right, go.
So I mentioned, commented back on the thread and said if she felt comfortable to send me an email and identify what my role was with the district. And if she would send me an email, I'd see if I could help her out. That morning, she did respond and identify the name of the school. And so as per the process that we've done in the past with the district, when complaints come in at the district level, I forwarded the email to Dr. Bloodman and Dr. Luttrell, who handle parent complaints.
So let's take a pin in that. So you don't know the identity of the school until Tuesday.
Tuesday morning, yes, sir.
Tuesday morning. One of the things that Dr. Guest had an issue with is that there's somehow this allegation that you didn't inform the principal until the next day.
But the principal already knew because the parent had emailed her.
Right, but you didn't have any information. You didn't know who the principal was of the school was on Monday, right?
Correct.
You didn't know until Tuesday.
Correct.
When did you talk to the principal? On Tuesday?
I talked to her on Tuesday when we finished our
Right.
cabinet meeting.
So you talked to the principal the same day.
Mhm.
You ascertained the identity of the school, right?
Yes.
All right, go.
So after I forwarded the information directly to Dr. Bloodman and Dr. Luttrell, I emailed a parent and said, I've passed this on to the two individuals who handle parent complaints. And there you have it. Thank you. I hope you get this resolved. I didn't have any other further discussion with the parent at that time. I received a text message from Ms. Bottoms during our cabinet meeting asking to speak. That probably was about 10:05 because we go to cabinet at 10. And I called her immediately when we were out of cabinet at 11:50 to see what she needed. And we ended up talking about the conversation at that time.
Okay. Why did you call Dr. Butman and Dr. Butman?
I didn't call them. I forwarded them the information. Yeah. They're the ones who handle parent complaints when they come in at the district level. That's just the process that has been done. It was Dr. Williams before that, but that was one of the roles that got reassigned to those two.
How long has that been in practice? As long as you've been here?
Yes.
Okay.
That there's an individual that handles district level complaints.
All right. Okay, go. What happens after that?
Well, at that point, I had stepped away from it because it no longer involved me and it had been passed over to those. I did find out when Dr. Guest brought me into his office that Ms. Bottoms alleged that she never knew about the incident until Dr. Luttrell reached out to her, which after...
On the 4th?
On the 4th.
Tuesday?
Mm-hmm.
Was that true?
That was not true. Per FOIA of her emails, there's proof that she received the email on Monday, March 3rd at 4:37 p.m.
Okay, so, it's possible that Ms. Bottoms knew about it before you did,
Quite possibly.
on Monday, March 3rd, right?
Yes.
All right, go ahead. So go to, page 10. Here in your response, you point out, some inaccuracies that are contained in the, letter of reprimand.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go through those.
So in my reprimand, it stated, you identified the poster as a parent of a student enrolled at Cato Elementary. That's false. I didn't find out who the person was until they contacted me directly the following day via email. Reprimand. District staff inquired with Cato Elementary Principal Stacy Bottoms when responding to the FOIA request. My response, inquired what? This doesn't make any sense or follow any timeline. Reprimand. Following her anonymous post, you contacted her and gave her Dr. Luttrell's contact number so the parent could submit a complaint. My response, this is also false. The parent emailed me. I responded that I would discuss it with Dr. Bloodman and Dr. Luttrell. After forwarding the parent's email and a copy of the post to Bloodman and Luttrell, I emailed the parent back to let her know I had passed it along and Luttrell would follow up, and he had her email address. Reprimand. The parent stated you also advised her to email Ms. Bottoms, which she did. Response, correct, sort of. My original comment on the Facebook post was to follow protocol and first contact the teacher and also the administrator. With over 100 comments on the post, about 85% of them said to contact the principal. The parent responded that she had gone ahead and emailed the principal directly. The parent's decision to email the principal was not based on a directive from me.
At that point, you didn't even know who the principal was.
Correct.
All right.
Reprimand. Principal Bottom stated that you told her that you contacted the parent on Monday, March 3rd. Response, this is also false. I never reached out to the parent. My only correspondence with the parent was via email on the morning of Tuesday, March 4th. Reprimand, you notified...
You didn't know who the parent was on March 3rd.
Correct.
Okay.
Says anonymous. Reprimand, you notified Principal Bottoms about the post a couple of hours later. Principal Bottoms stated that she did not hear from you until the following day when she called you. My response.
Yeah, so clear this up.
Mm-hmm.
So, when Principal Bottoms said she didn't hear from you until the following day, I mean, what information did you have to convey to Ms. Bottoms on Monday, March the 3rd?
Nothing. It would have been as if I called all 16 elementary principals to let them know that it could have been their school.
So the only thing you knew on Monday, March 3rd was that it was in PCSSD school.
An elementary school.
An elementary school.
Mhm.
You didn't know which one.
Correct.
Right? All right. And then the next day, Tuesday, March 4th, you get that information. That
Correct.
Cato, right?
Yes.
All right. So you did notify Principal Bottoms on the same day that you were able to determine that it was a...
Dr. Luttrell reached out because that's the process.
Okay. All right. Well, but you reached out to her?
Oh, well, I called her after the cabinet meeting because Dr. Bloodman told me that it was time and I could go ahead and reach out to her.
Well, she says this says that Principal Bottoms stated that she did not hear from you until the following day when she called you.
Well, I think I've got a screenshot in here of my call log where I reached out to her at 11:50.
It's in there. Okay, go.
Two more discrepancies. In the reprimand, you reached out to the parent. Me, this is not entirely true. I responded to a post that was made anonymously. At that point, I had no idea which school it was, only that it was a school within PCSSD. Reprimand, it is concerning to me that you and Principal Bottoms have different recollections as to how quickly she was notified, whether you reached out to her or she had to contact you. My response, this statement alone demonstrates that extreme bias was taken in reviewing these accusations. Rather than truly investigate the matter to see which statements made by Mrs. Bottoms and myself were true, Dr. Guest simply took Mrs. Bottoms' side of things at face value. I have screenshots of the Facebook post, FOIA responses of Mrs. Bottoms' emails, and screenshots of my call log that prove the correct information. Final reprimand.
So before we go there, so you got screenshots of Facebook posts.
Mm-hmm.
What do those establish?
That it was an anonymous post and the timeline in which the responses came in.
Okay. And then you got FOI responses of Ms. Bottoms' emails.
That prove what time the parent actually emailed her on Monday, March 3rd.
Okay. What day and what time, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you got screenshots of your call log.
Yes, sir.
What do those establish? That's all in here. Go.
Well, it basically shows the evidence that one side of the story was taken rather than getting the information from me prior to the reprimand. And then the final inaccuracy, notifying Dr. Luttrell alone was insufficient. And my response, I actually notified Dr. Luttrell and Dr. Bloodman as per the process that I've been told to follow for the past 7 years. Parent complaints that come in at the district level go to a designated person.
You heard Dr. Guest talk about some yonder
Pouches, yes, sir.
rather. And that's the third item in your letter of reprimand.
Yes, sir.
Let's talk about that.
One of the very first things when Dr. Guest came to the district was pull me into his office and ask me to look into the cell phone pouches that we could bring into the school district so that we could be in compliance for what was going to pass with the Bell to Bell No Cell Act. So I did the research. I did all of the research on these cell phone pouches and got a contact at ADE to apply for the grant, which we were given. Dr. Guest signed off on it. He asked me to present to you, the board. You may recall that I did that in the March meeting, presented to you all to approve the purchase of these pouches.
Did research and got a grant for,
I think it was $230,000 to cover the cost of these pouches, so that the district wouldn't be out any money.
whose authority did you usurp in doing all that?
Well, since the directive came from Dr. Guest, I don't think I usurped anyone,
Okay, so he was okay with you doing something
doing all the research.
unrelated to communication?
Correct.
All right, go.
And so after I presented that to the board, there was follow-up, and I apologize, that was the February meeting, not the March meeting. There was follow-up discussion about the implementation process of this, and one of the major complaints that you all presented on the board and those in attendance was the lack of communication leading up to that process, and they felt that there needed to be more transparency on the matter. So I felt that that meant communications should need to be involved in the process. So as some timelines developed with the distribution of the pouches, I did inquire with Dr. Warren multiple times about my involvement. However, the statement that I had a heated discussion or altercation, as he called it, in a cabinet meeting is false. There was no discussion ever in a cabinet meeting verbalized. Everything was done via email.
Did you try to take over the process of developing policies and plans?
No, I have no desire to take over policy.
What about implementing the initiatives related to the younger packages?
No, my only goal is to make sure that we had clear, cohesive communication to our parents and stakeholders, that they would know how this process would be implemented.
Okay, there was some discussion about a trip to Conway.
Yes, sir. He was taking a group of, Dr. Warren was taking a group of individuals to Conway to see how they implemented the pouches, and she had selected people to go on this trip, and I was not included. And I emailed us to inquire as to why I was being left out, because I felt like that would be instrumental in knowing how we would be able to present the conversation to our parents.
You thought that going on that trip would provide you some context that you could use.
Correct.
Communicating to PCSSD patients.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what happened after that conversation? Anything?
There were some heated emails, no physical altercation though, but some heated emails between Dr. Warren, and then Dr. Guest interjected and told me it was a student services matter and I needed to back off, and I did ever since that email came through. Yes, sir.
All right, so, all right, let's go to the next issue, the logo.
So, in the April board packet, I assemble the board packet every meeting, and as I'm doing it, I noticed that a contract that was submitted by a vendor had an incorrect logo. It's an old disgusting logo that stood out to me right away, so I went ahead and I swapped it out. I did email Mr. Johnson's team. I admit that I did forget to copy Mr. Johnson on that email, but there were 4 other individuals who received a copy of that document on Monday evening prior to the board meeting, letting them know that I had changed that logo and swapped it out and updated the logo. The next day in cabinet, Curtis emailed me and said he was upset with my decision and left it at that, but then I was called to Dr. Guest's office afterward and scolded for doing such.
Did you change the bid document in any substantive way?
No, I changed the logo because that is part of my job to uphold the brand standards of the district.
What do you think would have happened if, and are you responsible for preparing, board documents?
Yes, I put the packet together every month.
Put the board packet together for the board every month?
Mm-hmm.
You and anyone else, or just you?
Just me. So Ms. Richards, the superintendent's executive assistant, has the spreadsheet where everything is submitted, and she shares it with me once she has the board president's approval of the order of items, and then I assemble everything.
Okay. So what do you think, given it's being that it's your responsibility to submit the board packet every month, what do you think would have happened had you allowed a document to come before the board with the incorrect logo on it?
Somebody other than myself probably wouldn't really care that an incorrect logo, but you could almost say that it'd be considered invalid since it's not our correct logo and wouldn't have been accurate.
I want to fast forward to one more thing.
Okay?
You are part of a national organization, INSPIRA?
Yes, sir.
What does that stand for?
National School for Public Relations Association.
And were you invited to speak at this?
Yes, I was.
And did you request to travel to a national conference to give a presentation at that conference?
I did on January, I think it was 31st, when the registration opened, I requested for my whole team to attend the conference. I was granted the approval, and then 5 days later that approval was rescinded by Dr. Guest. He stated that there was no out-of-state travel being allowed.
Go with me to 114.
Okay,
Is this the approval?
yes, that's his signature on the approval for mine, and then I have similar document for the other 3 members of my team.
And so he approved it on January 31st, 2025, right?
Yes,
And you say he rescinded that approval?
yes, sir.
When did he rescind it?
I think it was 4 days later, February 4th or February 5th.
And what reason did he give you for rescinding it?
He said we were not allowing any out-of-state travel in the district to save on costs.
Okay. After January 31st, 2025, were there instances where Dr. Guest approved out-of-state travel?
There were dozens.
Let's go through it. How do you know?
Well, I submitted a FOIA request for all out-of-state travel approved from January 1st until present. I think the time of that request was early May, so I have approvals to show that history.
These documents, what these documents show on,
Starting on page 78.
starting on page 78,
Yes, sir.
these are out-of-state travel, first one on 7/8 signed April 17th, 2025.
Mm-hmm.
Trip to Vegas, May 4th through 16th, 2025. It's Las Vegas, out of state.
Last time I checked.
Okay.
There's a summary sheet that starts on 117 and goes to page 119. Orlando, Dallas, Houston, Fort Worth, Seattle, Washington DC, Dallas, Atlanta, Washington DC, Orlando, Oklahoma City, Orlando, New Orleans, Las Vegas, Fort Worth, Atlanta, Dallas, National Harbor, Maryland, New Orleans, Denver, San Antonio, Seattle, Long Beach, Memphis, Nashville, Los Angeles.
So did he rescind your, approval or the approval of your own team?
He rescinded the approval of my whole team. I told him that I had applied already in November to present at the conference with the communications directors at all 4 school districts in the county. We were doing a co-presentation. And he said, if you get accepted to present, I will allow just for you to go. So on April 30th, I received an email that afternoon that I had been accepted to speak at the conference, and I came to him on April 31st, and he said he needed to think on it, and when I visited him that afternoon, he said that he decided he did not want to send me because of my reprimand. So I asked him, could my colleague at least go, since this was my reprimand?
31st?
Yes, sir, so after my reprimand.
Okay, go.
So I asked if my colleague Alexis could go because she had been awarded a scholarship to pay for full registration for the conference. And he said no, because we're not allowing out-of-state travel. So I asked him, is it my reprimand or is it out-of-state travel that's deterring me from being able to go on this trip? And I wasn't able to get a straight answer. But I had to notify the national seminar group that as of now, my ability to speak and present at this conference is on hold.
All right, so on one hand, in your letter of reprimand, overstepping your boundaries, trying to do other people's job. I'm just paraphrasing.
Yes, sir.
And then on the other hand, the superintendent's not letting you go do some professional development to do your own job.
That might actually help me follow what he asked me to do in my reprimand, yes.
All right. I've been holding my time is up, so thank you.
Okay. Do you mind, I wanted to just clarify the timeline. I know you guys have both spoken around timelines, but I was the one that was present, so if you don't mind, may I just mention these dates, just so we all have the dates and times. Is that okay, Mr. Beckett?
It's up to you, Mr. Baker.
Feel free to FOIA my calendar and you can know the actual timeline then.
But
You
I
wanna ask
don't,
me the timeline?
but I don't have that, well, I don't have that many questions.
Okay.
So, Ms. Duff, you heard Dr. Guest testify that some of your actions created a dysfunction
Yes.
among its senior leadership team. I'm assuming you agree with that, correct?
No, I do not.
Okay. Would you also agree that some of your actions,
I don't agree with it, so I wouldn't also agree with it.
I understood your
Okay.
answer.
Okay.
Would you also agree that some of your actions undermine Dr. Guest's leadership team's confidence in your ability to perform your job adequately?
No, sir.
You totally disagree with
I do.
did you note that one of the things in Dr. Guess's reprimand or write-up, as people like to call it, is that you failed to accept responsibility for your actions?
His interpretation, yes.
Right. Even when the interpretation is reasonable?
I think these are 4 separate incidences, that can be, the responsibility for each could be determined individually.
What do you mean by that?
Like responsibility, I don't feel like I did anything wrong in some of these cases while others could have been interpreted and maybe handled differently.
So you're saying you admitted responsibility for some of the things that were?
I admit that I changed the logo packet. I don't think it undermined the authority of the logo. I admit that I asked Dr. Warren to be able to attend, but I don't think that it undermined her authority.
You don't think so?
No, sir. Because I didn't try and take over her control. I was asking to be included for communication purposes.
I mean, didn't you hear Dr. Guest describe an altercation between you and Dr. Warren?
That didn't happen. There was only email communication. There was no actual verbal altercation in a cabinet meeting. There are other cabinet members here present that could testify to that.
Okay. Well, wouldn't you agree, let's turn to page 37, I'm gonna give you a copy of it. This is the first page of the level 1 grievance response, is that correct?
His response to me, yes.
Yes. And go down to the 3rd paragraph on page 37.
Mm-hmm.
That first sentence or two there. Dr. Guest believed that your conduct evidences a pattern of you, Ms. Duff, exceeding the authority of your position, and at times circumventing the authority of other employees, and also that you appear to believe things should be done your way, regardless of what other employees think.
It's a strong statement.
I mean, and there's a basis for that statement when you look at the common threads in the 5 discrete items mentioned in the write-up, correct?
I see a thread that has been evidenced by 2 individuals, but I don't feel that, and I never said that I believe things needed to be done my way regardless of what other employees think.
And then going to page 38, the first full paragraph starting with the sentence, the reprimand also included, do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
And then go down toward the middle of that. And Mr. Gass, or Dr. Gass, answered or asked sort of a rhetorical question: how can your response be honest and coherent if others perceive your response in a way other than you intended? You see that?
I do see that.
Okay, and that's a fair statement by Dr. Guest, correct? I mean, you would have to agree with that statement, right?
In part, yes.
Okay, and then lastly, Dr. Guest says, your attitude appears to be that whatever happens after you take some action is not your responsibility. Again, calling into question, your inability to be held to be accountable. Would you agree that there's some truth to that?
I don't.
In this write-up?
In his write-up, yes, but this is his interpretation of these 4 incidences that are brought up in this.
All right, I'll pass the witness. No further questions.
I'd like to hear your timeline.
Thank you. now I gotta find it. Here it is. Okay. April 25th, Friday, April 25th was when I received the reprimand. Friday, May 2nd at 4:28 p.m., I sent an email to Dr. Guest with the attachment of my response. I also printed a copy and took it upstairs to Ms. Richards. At the time, Dr. Guest had already left for the day. Therefore, he received it by hand in the printed copy that I had given Ms. Richards on Monday, May 5th. On Thursday, May 8th, not May 9th, which was written in his response, May 8th is when we actually met. May 14th, he stopped me in the hallway and said that we still needed to have our follow-up meeting, and that he could not meet the next day on Thursday, May 15th, and it needed to be on Friday. He also said that it needed to be in the afternoon because he was busy that morning. We scheduled a meeting, and he, in a heated way, told me that I just needed to get with Ms. Richards to pick a time to schedule that meeting. I did. We scheduled it for 1:30 on May 16th. Unfortunately, I became ill that afternoon and was not able to meet. Per grievance policy, we didn't actually have to meet. I just needed a written response. So May 16th is when I received it that afternoon via email. After a FOIA request, we found out that his attorney had emailed him on the 14th saying that she wasn't done writing my letter yet, so she needed to make sure that that meeting got pushed back. Oh, and then I guess it was May 28th that I requested the hearing, the day after Memorial Day. The grievance hearing.
Thanks.
Other board members, questions? Okay, you may be seated.
Thank you.
Are you through?
Yes,
You're not gonna present anything?
we presented ours through Dr. Guest.
Okay. Okay,
Grievance case. Closing statements?
do what? Yes, I'll let you make the closing statement, and I'm gonna let Mr. Eddings make one if he won't beat the dead horse.
Thank you.
I'm gonna give him 2 minutes.
Okay, well, that'll be more than I take, because,
Okay.
members of the board, thank you for your attention tonight. The evidence here is overwhelming in support of there being appropriate and reasonable cause for the reprimand and the write-up given by Dr. Guest, and as such, the grievance should be denied by the board.
Mr. Eddings.
Thank you, Mr. Beckett. I think what we've determined here are a couple things that Ms. Duff didn't have a shot here. Not only do we predetermine before this grievance even gets off the ground at level 1, what we found out tonight is we deviated from the process. We have used a hearing officer at level 2, but to hurry up and get to this point, we circumvent that process. Although that's the process that Dr. Guest has used before. My question is why? Is it perhaps that Dr. Guest, previous to now, has had an unfavorable outcome when we use the hearing officer? Did he not get his way to get that grievance here before the board? Did he take over that process to make sure he got his wish to get this grievance before the board after he had already predetermined that Ms. Duff wouldn't get a contract for next school year? And then, in looking at the merits, I mean, ask yourself, where are these administrators that Ms. Duff supposedly had these tumultuous relationships with. They're not here. Could have been available, but they're not here. So all we're left with is, Dr. Guest's word. And if you look at some of the events in the letter of reprimand, I mean, are those incidents really reprimandable? I submit that they're not. And for that reason, I believe that you shall uphold this next grievance. Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna give you all some instructions, and, attorneys, if you have some disagreement with my instructions, you can let me know afterwards, or if you have something else you think I need to, include. The board will retire to executive session to deliberate regarding what you've heard this evening, and ultimately to make a decision regarding this employee's grievance. The superintendent will not participate in this session, as he might on other occasions, because he is a part of the grievance. You'll consider what you've heard tonight and make your decision based on the evidence and testimony presented. And what you're looking for is reasons that are not arbitrary, that are reasonable. You should not consider as matters outside of what's been presented tonight, and you have three choices. You can sustain the employee's grievance and impose the remedy sought by the grievant. You can deny the employee's grievance, in which case there will be no remedy imposed. Or you can sustain in part, deny in part. For example, you could sustain the employee's grievance but impose a different remedy than that sought by the grievant. If you do this, I would ask you to send the board president out to let me review your remedy to make sure it's something you can do legally and that the language you've used does what you want it to do. When you return from executive session, you'll vote one time on a motion to sustain, deny, or sustain in part and deny in part the employee's grievance. You can take a straw vote while you're in executive session and decide who will make the motion and who will second it when you return to public session. When you return to regular session, the president will invite a motion or make a motion and second on the recommendation, and the board will vote on it. While in executive session, the board president can come out and consult with me about any procedural issue. I cannot and should not give you guidance on how you should vote. If questions or comments I've made tonight cause you to think I have an opinion, you should ignore it. It's not my intention, it's not something you can consider. Any questions? Gentlemen? Okay.
Okay, I'm going to get us into executive session. Pursuant to Arkansas law, I move to go into executive session for the purpose of discussing the disciplining of a public officer or employee. I've made the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Maynard is seconded. All in favor of going to executive session for discipline, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay.
Opposed.
Okay.
Can I have security to go in executive session with me? So I have a witness that I'm at my best behavior with you all.
We can't have them back there.
Okay, well, yeah, I'll go.
They can stand by the door, though.
No, y'all go ahead. Y'all gonna do what y'all wanna do anyway.
We are back out of executive session where we have reached a decision. So I will entertain a motion from Dr. Tate.
I move that the school board for the Pulaski County Special School District deny the grievance of Jessica Duff.
Okay, and I will second. So the motion is to deny the grievance of Jessica Duff. All in favor of denying the grievance, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Okay, I have that 5-2, with Ms. Ward and Mr. Keller as the noes, and everyone else is yes. We're not done. We have, the personnel agenda to get to, so I'm gonna go through each one of those. I will take a motion on the certified hiring addendum.
Motion to approve.
Okay, Dr. Tate has made a motion to approve on certified hiring addendum. Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Maynard has seconded. All in favor of approving the certified hiring addendum, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
No.
Okay. 5-2, Ms. Ward and Mr. Keller. Next is the proposed classified hiring addendum. I will take a motion on that.
Motion.
Ms. Maynard has made a motion to approve the classified hiring addendum. Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Smith has seconded. All in favor of approving the classified hiring addendum, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
No.
Okay, 5-2, same lines. Next is the certified personnel report. This is the one that's typically included in the consent agenda. It's the monthly report of the hires. I'll take a motion on the certified hiring report.
Motion.
Ms. Maynard has made a motion to approve the certified hiring report. Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Smith has seconded. All in favor of approving the certified hiring report, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
No.
Okay. Same vote system. And then the last one, the classified hiring report. I'll take a motion on that.
Motion.
Ms. Maynard has made a motion to approve the classified hiring report. Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Smith has seconded. All in favor of approving the classified hiring report, please say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
5-2 again, same lines. That brings us to the end of our meeting. I will take a motion to adjourn.
Motion.
Ms. Maynard has made a motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Smith has seconded. All in favor of adjourning, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Night.
We are adjourned. No.